can change it on the screen, and it looks fine on the projector, but when I change it on the screen, everything looks a bit scrunched.
Yeah.
So it's up to yourself. If you want, I can change it. Do you want to try it? And you can see for yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, this will take now 30 seconds of a lag by the time it gets to YouTube.
This is recorded too, isn't it? So
It should be recorded.
archived, yeah.
It should be recorded.
Jack of all trades, I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's the right one to pick.
I think that's it. See that?
And if you're going to run a little bit, start or leave it, you're going to run it later.
In that case, you'll see the full desktop. Okay?
Great.
Now, it looks fine on the projector, but if you go over to the screen now, take a look at the screen.
I think
Like
that's
the
what
screen in
makes
front
sense.
here.
Yeah. You should go over to it now to see what you're getting.
So yeah, I would do 30 minutes there, no problem.
So if I do,
You'll see it's kind of scrunched up a bit.
it's an hour.
If you think you can live with that, that's fine. I don't mind, or I can put it back the way it was.
Will that make a difference for the speakers? You don't have any slides, do you, Shane?
Sorry?
You don't have any slides yourself, do you?
Speak from the heart and all that, you know.
Is this Edmund's?
I don't know who that is.
This is Edmund's. Let's see what it looks like.
So he's the only one that you were talking to him about the sound, were you? Somebody was talking to him earlier about the
Oh,
sound.
roving mic was the other thing.
Well, that's Liam or yourself.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Yes, you want to
Are
roll?
the others giving presentations?
See, it's fine.
No, only Edmund and Breda.
It's fine on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, it's on this screen. If
But that's okay. It's still
Oh,
readable.
if-
it's not.
well, if you're
yeah.
fine with it and
yeah.
he's fine with it, then
No,
I'll
I
leave
think
it like
that's
that.
fine.
What's this?
Yeah.
Is this the creek?
That's fine.
Okay.
This is the Solos building.
And you will be introducing video tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Karen,
Yes.
you want to roll?
Would you like to introduce it?
No, but
The
it's
questions
just
and
a
answers
presentation
sessions at the end
over
towards.
Yes, exactly. So say our first panel goes from 12:30 to 1:30. I'd say maybe 40 minutes, and then I take the mic for 15 minutes. Kind of thing.
The roll mic will be here anyway. We'll use it up here
Okay.
for the just carrying
Yeah.
capturing the audio for the
Is it this one? And I just take it out of the stand?
just to get out of the stand. Yeah.
Okay.
When the time comes.
Okay.
I can give it to you now if you want.
Yeah?
Actually, I'll just use that seat for a second.
I thought I meant-
Adjust those
Sorry.
lights over here.
Sorry.
We'll try and keep the light kind of nice and bright.
Johan.
Every,
We want people to ask the questions and to learn. And what's going to say? Okay.
Right.
Whatever
So
happened
that.
to watches? Maybe if I strap
We
it
don't
on.
have
you're bringing over
both
the
across the desk because you
battery,
know,
aren't you?
No, what we normally do is we take it off and put it down there. And you can also walk over and have it on over.
But it's just a good
Cool.
visual cue for them to
Cheers.
get back to the building as well.
No, that's
yeah.
fine. Thanks.
And so if there's enough mics on the
There's no way that Shane will speak for 15 minutes on that. Because it will give time back.
do an intro and stuff like that.
15 minutes gives time off.
Yeah.
We would do 2 radio shows on that.
Yeah.
So you get some of the time back again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And people with short, sweet. fellas who are presenting are over there, are they?
Generally they stand here because
do they?
so they wouldn't be blocking the screen if they have a if they're.
So how are they going to switch there after the slides?
Oh yeah, they do what they do. They kind of go here and then they use the mouse.
Okay, that's fine. No, I'm just thinking about my own notes here. I'll place those there. And happy. Let's see how much juice I've managed to get into this lad here. Jeez. It's very slow to charge.
Is it?
Yeah, very, very slow.
It's okay to leave this here, or is it? It's just because it's going to be going through on the streaming. You can't see the WhatsApp banner.
Yeah, yeah. The only thing is, I think they're looking at panels there, sitting, do you know, the 4 chairs here?
Oh,
This
yeah.
one are going to go around there, so it might be better, you know, over there or something, because you never.
That's the thing. Yeah, it kind of stops.
Um,
Or are they going here? Are they all sitting
They're
there?
there just for the moment, but I think when they're doing the panels, they're going to move in here behind and they're kind of
Yeah.
behind this. So I'd say, I don't know, would there be better there? You can take the bends out of the way.
It's just trying to. Maybe I might move the IT Tralee one over there.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't mind, but yeah.
There might be room. We can't.
Oh, there might be. They'll be in front of it though, you know.
Yeah.
Because the other two too. That's actually not a great place for it because we have an emergency door there.
Yeah.
It's probably not ideal there. So if you want to move that over there,
Put it over here.
yeah,
Yeah, no problem.
because you know it's really that's an emergency door.
Yeah.
That you really have to block it.
Thanks a million.
Alright. Don't suppose you're going to raise any.
That will sometime this evening, Saturday.
They're looking for assistance upstairs at 10 to 2. I'm not really looking at it. I was just to log into the PC. So I'll pop over for that. I'm going to go in everyone, so I'll be back by before that.
Yeah, no problem.
But if you need anything, Chris, we're over.
Great, yeah. Thanks a million. Fingers crossed.
You get your free coffee.
Yeah, I'm going out for more actually.
Tap over. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, talk to you later, thanks.
Just to let you know, we'll be starting up in 10 minutes. There's still people coming in, so we just didn't want to start too soon. We started by 4 past. Alright.
I didn't know you had anything.
Oh, yeah, no hassle. How are you getting on?
Grand, fine. I just use it.
Yeah, trying to be anyway.
Is that how it is?
Sorry?
She just wanted a semicircle, but I don't.
You'd have to ask her when she comes in and we'll talk about it.
Yeah, but what she was saying is that just because the microphones, they'd be able to record.
No, there was a change of plan yesterday. The plan was sitting behind the
thing is it?
yeah.
That's right, so.
They stood up there and changed.
Good year,
No, it wasn't that at all, just a correct something. You don't come behind the protection.
Defense mechanism.
Protection.
For remote. More so. And is there someone, will there be standing up to speak here, or would there be sitting down? Is it?
Well, these will only be used kind of at the end section for
that's great.
when they're, I think, they might be pushed back a small bit now because their speakers can be
Oh, right.
sing.
No, but.
Two, 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 two. Two, two. Two, 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 two. Two.
That's all for the moment.
Yeah.
Door stop.
Yeah. We might have to focus on two.
Right, Jimmy.
Come on. You're there for 15 minutes. There's no way you keep going for 15 minutes. You shouldn't.
Oh, definitely not.
So you get all your time back again.
5 minutes of hard hitting work.
That's it. That's what
I don't know if I'm talking in the presentation I do an interview this evening.
I heard that you had to stand in for something.
For Bob, but that's the same as this evening that they're one of the meetings in the starting point, so I have to go starting point.
That's what an entrepreneur is, isn't it? You're the receptionist, the accountant, and everything else.
Yeah.
Look after the people.
Yeah, no problem.
It's for the cashies.
Yeah, it's for the 50 cents I mean.
Heavy aircraft. Well, I learned to do what I was doing. Sell my send to Texas, out to and Phoenix, Arizona. That's where
Cat you lovely, Rita. Cat you lovely.
Not crossing over the table.
No, I got that one, but then I took that one back down.
Not my better side of the road.
Who was talking to me? Just for you. Just for you. Is that everybody in here? Ready to go? Same thing. Ready to go? Ready to go? Ready to kick off? Hello everybody. Are you ready to kick off? We'll start WASup Kerry. Let me move this other one. I'd like to welcome... Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'd like to welcome you all here today for the Wild Atlantic Startup Kerry. This is the second event under the Wild Atlantic Startup brand, the first of which was held on the 9th of May in the University of Limerick. And based on the unbelievable success, we decided to take it on tour. And after meeting a lovely lady, Karen O'Connell, at the 3D camp in Limerick the week after WASup, Karen sold me on the idea of a vision of bringing the Wild Atlantic Startup to IT Tralee. And after meeting Breda over here, one of our keynotes later today, I really couldn't say anything else but yes, let's do this, let's bring it to Kerry. What is the Wild Atlantic Startup? This came again from another vision. We wanted to create a collaborative ecosystem across the South Midwest of Ireland. Being honest, from Cork to Donegal, there's unbelievable things happening in the Dublin startup scene around entrepreneurship and social innovation. And we want to complement that across the West Coast. It's that simple. Social entrepreneurs, educators, innovators and entrepreneurs coming together, collaborating and engaging. What can they do? What can we do? That's my question. And that's what WASup is about. It's about getting these different industries, cross sectors, to engage. Because if they engage with the core of innovation, the results and the impact, I believe, will be huge. And the support we've got to date from the people involved in Limerick and Kerry, we've been asked to bring it to Cork, Sligo, Galway, Donegal. I'll keep on going. Only today we were asked to bring it to Clonmel. So Dundalk is the other one. That's not even on the Wild Atlantic Way. The point I'm making is this initiative is needed, and the response from people and the support that we're getting shows that. And we have an unbelievable opportunity, but this opportunity we can only embrace together. And that's why if we had only 20 people today, we would have been happy. Because I would prefer 20 people who can create change than 1,000 people who talk about change any day of the week. And that's what WASup will always be. We're not trying to grow this into one of the biggest events in the world. We're trying to grow this into an initiative that can help Irish people from all industries, all sectors, and get them engaging. So, the future, I believe, to be bright. We're going to host 3 or 4 events in the coming year, all based around innovation, all based around multidisciplines collaborating together. And I believe that together, we have an unbelievable opportunity in front of us, an unbelievable opportunity to create real impact, real change across different sectors. Innovation is the key to all this, and that's what today is about, an innovative mindset. Now, that's enough about WASup. I think you'll hear loads about it throughout today. What I want to do now is introduce our keynote. So, this is going to take a second. Edmund Harty, the CEO and CTO of world-renowned Irish company Dairy Master. I met Edmund at 3D camp as well, the same day we met Karen. And I said, would you mind if I contacted you someday? And he gave me his card. This is the ex-Ernest & Young Entrepreneur of the Year winner. Never met me before, handed me his card and said, yeah, no problem. Now, I'm only involved in an early stage startup called Blue Chief. And I know how busy I am. So I can't even comprehend how busy Edmund must be. But to give a young entrepreneur your card, for him to contact you, and in the space of a day to get back and say, yeah, I think I could do that, no problem. It was an unbelievable feeling. Edmund, as I said, he's the ex-Ernest & Young Entrepreneur of the Year winner, and is known to be incredibly innovative. Holding a degree in mechanical engineering and a PhD, Dr. Edmund Harty. He has filed 45 patent applications as a result of his work on product development and continuous innovation. I really don't think Edmund needs much more of an introduction. Dr. Edmund Harty, our keynote, an introductory speaker for WASup.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks very much, Shane. Shane asked me to come here and basically talk about innovation and talk about what it was, what it is we do in Dairy Master, I suppose, every day. You know, how do we grow the organisation, what mattered, and so on. And I'm just going to try and maybe give you a bit of an overview about what it is we do, and just to try and maybe give you an idea into the mindset of why it is we do what we do. And I think that's those same philosophies are applicable in lots of other industries, you know. So Shane has given you a background. My background is, you know, really I'm an engineer, and that's what I get my buzz out of doing. And I think that's the most important thing that you know, you have to figure out, is that you like what you do and you get a buzz out of what you do. This is Dairy Master in Causeway. It's about 15 miles out the road from here. There's about 300 people based there. We supply equipment for dairy farms all around the world. You'll find stuff in Japan, Siberia, Australia, New Zealand, lots of different countries. And again, all that equipment is here and is produced in Ireland. So I suppose, you know, who here likes ice cream? I'd imagine everyone would probably put up their hands if I ask you to do. And really what we're about is just to make the dairy products that people like and love, you know, be that whether it's ice cream or yogurts or so on. And it's how do we produce this food and how do we do it more efficiently and so on. So really what we say we're about is using science and technology to make dairy farming either more profitable, enjoyable or sustainable. Why do we say that? Because that's what we believe matters to our customers. So within that space, there's about 5 different product areas. So milking equipment, if you go to Dublin Zoo, you'll see probably the smallest installation we do, milks 1 cow at a time. The largest can feed up to about 500,000 people per day. Feeding is a big key part of what we do. Manure handling, keeping cows clean, hygiene, all this stuff is very important. Milk cooling, it's a bit like a milk tank on a farm is a bit like a safe in a bank. And then there's another product, and I'll just go into there a little bit, is a product called the Moo Monitor, and just recently we launched a product called the Moo Monitor Plus. And I might just tell a story about that. I was just talking there over coffee about it. A very brief story about that as well. So this is where we're based in Causeway. We've operations in the US, UK as well, and lots of different markets. I'll keep going here just to give you a feel for it. Shane mentioned there was the EY Entrepreneur of the Year. That was a big buzz for the company, for the community, for the whole lot. And then there was the World Programme afterwards, which is, you know, it's like the Oscars for business. But manufacturing is a big core about what we do. And you might say, well, geez, why do we go down that route? You know, because if you go back, the alternative route is, well, geez, outsource everything. But really it comes back to capability and skills. And then the question you have to ask yourself is really, what is your capability? What skills have you got? What can you do? And I'm just going to maybe show you something about, I suppose, manufacturing in Ireland. It had kind of gone out the way, but it's very much back, you know, in terms of what manufacturing is about. I'll just very briefly talk about innovation. This was a cake I got, and I'd never seen a cake like it before until I won the EY Entrepreneur of the Year, you know. I'd never had a birthday cake that fancy or anything, you know. But I looked at it and I said, Jesus, I said, I never knew cakes were made like this. But when you looked at it, because there's a cow on the front of it, and this cow has one of these Moo Monitors on it, and the cow's eating grass, which is very significant for Ireland and so on. But really, a lot of innovation is like baking a cake. And I've often said this to different groups. It's about the ingredients, it's about how you combine those things together that matters. And you don't want to replace the cake with something else necessarily. You just want to make a nicer cake. Something that has, you know, looks a bit better, that tastes better, that has some competitive advantage in the marketplace. Because cakes sell, you know. Whereas if you're trying to replace the cake with something else, you know, yes, you can do it. And you know, there's obviously successful situations like that where you have products replacing other products. But don't forget that really it's about what skills and what features and things you combine can be very important. So I'm going to just show you a very brief video which shows you, I suppose, a lot of the capabilities and manufacturing skills around what it is we do. It's just a couple of minutes long. Oopsie. Just played a minute ago. Yeah, you can just see this. It's just a couple of minutes. It's basically what we do here in Dairy Master, you know. Just showing that was just to show the different types of skills and so on, because as an organisation that's quite unusual as such to have that range of skills. I suppose as a result of that, we've probably attracted a lot of different, say, media attention around the world. So, for example, this was it was a program called the Tech Show. It was one that went right across the Middle East, over 100 million viewers. This is just now inside the last year. I'm just showing you some couple of things. We've had the Minister down probably twice this year so far. There on BBC World we featured. And again, it's because of the focus on innovation, you know. That got beamed into about 350 million homes around the world. It was shown, I think, on about 81 different cruise ships and 46 airlines, you know. So it was serious, you know, and it just shows what's possible, I suppose, really is what I want to say. We had the head of agriculture at the World Bank visit us. We had the EU Commissioner actually launching one of the products I'll just very briefly talk about, and I'll tell the story about later on, which is this Moo Monitor Plus I mentioned. But go back to the basics, and don't forget the basics, don't forget the simple stuff, I think is the main message, right? Like, the basic job of what we have to do in our day is to milk cows. You might say, well, why is that important, you know? Well, first of all, probably, you know, you all had coffee outside there, you know. There's a growing world population, but the challenge for farmers is things like price, productivity, profitability, all these types of things. So what we did was we went and we focused on, you know, just the basics of the performance of milking. So, you know, we can make claims there, and the studies backing all this showing that we milk out cows better. I'll just show you some pictures because I'm mindful of time. So this is like a big, large merry-go-round for cows. This will milk about 50, 60 cows every 7 or 8 minutes, roughly, just to give you an idea of size and scale. This is about feeding. I'm not going to go into the details. I just want to give you a feel for overview. This is about milk cooling, and it's an area where we've kind of transformed in the last number of years. But going back to the milking side of it, the studies show that we get 5% more yield out of cows. You know, we typically milk a cow a minute quicker, and we do that with better udder health by actually mimicking what a calf does. Now, why does that matter? A big part of the reason why that matters is they were the factors that allowed us to get into export markets. Because if you were knocking on the door in Germany, or you're knocking on the door somewhere else, why would they bother? Why would they bother to look at you, you know? Because it is hard to break into markets. It's not easy, but it's very possible. That's, I suppose, the message I'd say. So these were the factors that mattered, you know. So look, I won't go into a lot of detail on them, but I just want to show you them. And a lot of times you can have people who can be skeptical about things. They can say, well, geez, is that for real, you know? And in these cases, we've often done conversions of their existing milking equipment to show people, well, yes, you can get the characteristics, you can get the performance that we talked about, but not spend a lot of money. So some of these customers would have bought big rotaries off us and so on afterwards, after doing those types of things. But it's all focused around innovation. One of the last areas I was just going to touch on, and I was going to just tell you a story, was about this Moo Monitor. So what you see here on the cow is a necklace. It monitors the cow's basically fertility cycle. This one does a lot more. It does health and fertility and a whole lot of other things. But how the story started, I've told it once or twice, and I got reminded about it at coffee, as I said, was I was actually on a flight, on the plane to Canada. And there was another one of my colleagues with me, Fergus, and you know, the type of magazines and the type of books that I read they typically are technical, you know. So this happened to be an electronics magazine, and it was talking about technology that was used in rockets and torpedoes. And I was reading this magazine, and Fergus was next to me, and I gave him an elbow. I said, "Geez, Fergus," I said, "I think we could use this." And he looks across at me kind of funny, you know. And I said, "Geez, we could put this on cows, you know." And he kind of looked, you know, geez, what was I after taking something, or what for the flight, or what was the story, you know? And I said we could, because we knew that we'd say cows' behaviour, cows' movement and so on, we could actually relate that to the cow's breeding cycle and to what the actual animal was doing. And that's how the very first generation of this product was born. Why is that important? Because in order for a cow to produce milk, she has to have a calf. In order for a calf to be born, the cow has to be bred, and has to be bred at the right time. There's issues, we'll say, from a breeding point of view. Fertility rates are decreasing. The world population is increasing. You hear about it. It's grown by about 200,000 people every day. That's the equivalent of the island of Ireland every month. That's the population of Germany each and every year. There's a huge need for food. Actually, when I was at the World Entrepreneur of the Year programme in Monte Carlo, Kofi Annan was there. I suppose he was the world's troubleshooter. And his take on a lot of things was that a lot of the problems that face the world, you know, Syria and those things, they took about 10 years to fix. But this issue of food was going to be the next thing in the next 50 years, was to produce enough food sustainably to feed the growing population, you know. So this is really how this product was born and so on. We went on and just literally about a month ago, we launched the Moo Monitor Plus. It's another, it's a huge step change. Really, the only thing that's in common is about the name. Again, we'll say it's all cloud-based. This is one of them here. But you know, you're familiar with probably a lot of, say, wearables and, say, health sensors and things like that. Just to give you an idea of the technology difference with this, battery in this can last about 10 years. It can check in with the cloud every 15 minutes. And the longest communication distance we've got has been 5 kilometres. Now, that's not something that you'd achieve in practice, is how I'd word it, but it shows you the boundaries of what's possible in terms of technology. And all this is happening here in Kerry, you know. So, you know, and it's happening in agriculture. We looked, and, you know, I can tell you a bit more of the story, but I'm just mindful of our time. You know, we looked at a cow and we said, right, well, actually what matters, you know? And it's about knowing what's possible in one technology area and what matters in another area. So we looked and we said, look, these are all the things we can measure in a cow. Now, which of those are of interest to a farmer and which are not, you know? And then which of those can we easily achieve and what can we do with them, you know? So so this gives you an idea, you know? I'm not going to maybe talk so much more, because I think this just gives you a feel for what it is, about the amount of data. We're recording about 210,000 different data points on each cow every year. There's lots and lots of interesting stories about it there. In fact, there was one herd in the US actually the day before yesterday. You know, and there was 50 health alerts generated on the one day, and like, you never really see this because, well, 50 cows shouldn't be seeing health alerts for that many cows in the one day. It was an awful simple thing. The cows weren't fed. The guy that was supposed to do didn't do what he was supposed to do. But as regards picking up health events, the amount of stuff we can pick up is unbelievable, and it's all because of behaviour change. It's a bit like if somebody is sick, what do? You lie down first. You might stop eating, or you might change the behaviour pattern and so on. And all this all applies to animals as well. So this is just some of the stuff. We've integrated technologies like NFC. So it was developed first for banking. It's in most Android phones now. Apple have brought it into the iPhone 6. We've that actually inside this. And again, it makes the process of actually putting this on the cow much easier. So again, it's another technology, a reuse of a technology, but applied to a specific problem that makes that particular thing, that cake, as I say, it's a bit of extra icing, a bit of extra flavouring that makes it a little bit nicer. So this is really what's kind of right across our product range. And again, mobile, big data, all these types of trends are important. They're important in milk cooling, they're important in animal health monitoring, they're important in all these things. So it really, just to get back to the thing of innovation, I'm going to speed it up now. It's about taking science, technology, innovation, but there's a lot more ways to innovate than just product development. And I think this is probably the big change that's there, you know. And even in what we do, we consider it very much product focused, but we see in terms of our development going forward, there's so many other ways we can do it in terms of how we market, how we sell, how we do so many different things. But it's to do something new or different, really, and just to try and make a commercial success of it. You know, and just to figure out, you know, is it a real problem? How much of a problem is it? Who's the customer? And I think you should be able to list the customers. In other words, who's the customer for a particular product? Because you hear people saying, oh, there's a customer will buy this, you know. And if you just say, geez, name 5. If somebody can name 5, you know, well, then you're onto something, you know, as opposed to just talking about something. So it's really about recombining existing ideas. I talked about that as regards Moo Monitor and so on. It's the more diversity of ideas, technologies, knowledge bases that you have, the better. You know, because that allows you to innovate better and how you select those particular products. You know, so it's about the people, building people, you know, building knowledge, building capability, and then the processes you have around it to implement that. So these are just some pictures I just show you of just different things, different areas, and different technologies that you can combine. You know, and that's what it is we do in our case. So hopefully that has been of help to you, but really my message is, I believe there's a hell of a lot of opportunity for innovation in Ireland, in Kerry, in creating jobs, and in selling that to the world from here. So thanks very much.
And if my victims want to come to the podium, please. Good morning and or good afternoon, really, at this stage. I'm Conal O'More, and I present the Sunday Business Show on Today FM. And one of the reasons that I love when Shane gives me a buzz to come here is when I'm with entrepreneurs, it's lovely for one main reason. Entrepreneurs, by their nature, by their definition, whether they want to be or are, they are positive, because you have to be positive to believe that you're going to sell to the world or wherever. I'm going to move myself down here so that you might see some of your guests there for a second. And therefore, if I can suggest a couple of things here today. First of all, don't forget to use your hashtag WASup14. Another thing that Shane forgot to mention is that you're beaming it to the world. You're on here, aren't you, into the internet to the world?
Yeah, live streaming, everyone.
Live streaming to the world, so you are on. What I would like to do, because the style of the Sunday Business Show, my style is informal. I want you guys to get buzzed up. I want you to ask questions. I want you to use these people. And they're so different, as you'll hear from the little stories, and they're not going to make any formal presentations. We're having a chat. Find out, and get them to answer your questions. And my job is to start off those questions, but I really want you guys to engage immediately. We have about an hour, so if we say 1:45, if that's okay, we will go for lunch. But another thing is to remember that you have these people over lunch as well, so you can do one-on-ones. And also within the room, I've already been talking to some of the entrepreneurs who are here and their ideas and what they're trying to achieve. And it's lovely. And I love being down in Kerry for one very good reason. My dad was from Kerry. My dad was also an entrepreneur, and I understand that whole thing. And he was biased, being from Kerry, but he always said that there was innovation and entrepreneurship here, which wasn't to be found elsewhere in the country. So I guess he was talking his own book, as they would say. So I am going to introduce my victims, as they say. You've already heard Ed. Ed calls himself the ex-entrepreneur of the year. There's no such thing. He is an Entrepreneur of the Year 2012. And if you guys want to see and get maybe encouragement, there is a series of programs on RTE on a Monday night about the EY, because they don't call themselves Ernst & Young anymore. They spend millions trying to get rid of Ernst & Young, but everybody still says Ernst & Young, so maybe they're not so good at their business. The EY Entrepreneur of the Year, and just looking at those guys, they are brilliant. And we also work with them because we get some of their entrepreneurs onto the radio show. And so far I've had George McMullen, a guy who plants seed in all of the Premiership clubs in Britain and onto the grass, should I say, and turf there. And he is in 20 countries, I think, based in Ireland. And last weekend we had a magnificent guy called, what's his name again? Dobson, yeah, Stuart Dobson. He's based in Dungannon. Now, what he does is, and again, I hope that you say, why didn't I think about this moment out of this? What he has done, his family were in abattoirs. He looked into the offcuts where the stuff was being dumped, of which there was much. And he said, I must be able to sell this stuff. So nowadays, he has only 13 people working for him, but he sells to, I don't know, 20, 40 countries around the world. He'll sell ears, eyes, noses, and other bits, including the downstairs bits, to the world. And he, in his first year, had a turnover of 3 million sterling, and this year he is going to do 40 million sterling in turnover. Now, I didn't ask him what his margin was, but I can tell you, he's selling rubbish that he used to say went into the bin. There is innovation and brilliant ideas everywhere. That's enough for me. Oh, I should always say, listen to the Sunday Business Show, Sunday, 10 o'clock in the morning. We are talking about the innovation mindset. We have Christina Luminia, and the good thing about Christina being here is that Christina has money. So that's very important. Edmund, you've just heard of. Aoife Nivuri. Aoife has a software, again, based here in Tralee, and the software, it's a sports software. She has rebranded. She's now called Salosa. And Salasso, Salasso. And that software is being used by Premiership footballers in the UK. All of them. A massive, massive success on her part. She's now up, this is going to frighten you. You saw our boys in green the other day almost winning. The Finnish, she's just told me over coffee there, she's been up in Finland trying to sell her product up there. There is an academy for the soccer players in Finland, a tiny little country. They have only 11,000 students between 10 and 16, is it?
Between 10 and 16, yes.
Hey, I mean, there must be. That's the way to grow a football team, I guess. And then finally, we have Bernie Goldbach. This is a really interesting story. A former US Air Force pilot gave it up for rock and roll. I didn't actually get to that part as to why he actually gave it up, but he's now lecturing in Limerick, Limerick Institute of Technology, LIT, and he is going to talk to you, I think, about ways of learning. That's what I kind of understood from you, okay? So it's a real mix, and my first question, I better start with somebody, is I'm going to start with Aoife, because I know most about her, is small, and you're going to have to get yourself some mics, I think, or you're not mic'd up, you're not. Tell you what I do. Well, if I just give this to you, if I say to you, Aoife, if you tell us about, based in Tralee, how difficult is it to start, to be taken seriously, and then to grow?
Well, I suppose take Tralee out of it first, for starters. I think, you know, anyone who starts a business, it's hard work. There's no question about it. I'm sure Ed would agree with me and the rest of the panel. There's nothing easy about starting your own business. And, you know, I can remember when I started on the Endeavour programme here in Tralee, fantastic programme actually run by IT Tralee in conjunction with Jerry Kennelly and Shannon Development at the time. That was really where I started thinking about developing a business and so on. And I remember distinctly the first day Jerry Kennelly came into the room and he said, all of you sitting down there, if you think you're going to start a business and make a successful business out of a 9-to-5 job, just get out of this room. That was my first introduction to starting your own business, and he's absolutely right. It's hard work, but it's actually very, very rewarding. And let's go back to what Ed was saying earlier on. If you're doing something you like and you get a buzz out of doing it, then it's fantastic. And that's what we're doing. I'm a physiotherapist. I was saying to Karen earlier on, when I see this thing of CEO and founder and entrepreneur and everything, for me, at the end of the day, I'm a physio. I started as a physio. I'll always see myself as a physio. And for me, it's all about exercise. And what we're doing is developing a software to promote exercise, to help you if you have a pain in your back, if you have a problem with your knee, do the exercises that get you better. And for us, for me, I get a great buzz out of when people use our software, when we get the feedback from customers, from physios, from patients and so on, say, wow, this is great, this is really helping me with my chronic pain. That's what gives me the buzz. So I suppose... I'm
going to bring you back again to the question about being based in Tralee. Is it easy?
Okay, well, Tralee actually...
I'm going to ask you a question because you mentioned Farranfore Airport, for example.
Yeah.
I've just come down from Dublin. It took me 3 hours. It is so easy to get around the small island now, but it's even equally easy, in your case, to get to the UK, to get to London.
Yeah, it's actually easier for me to get to London than to Dublin. And for me, it's a much bigger market. It's a no-brainer for me. And I was saying to you earlier, I send Michael O'Leary a Christmas card every year. I love that man. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't actually be in the position we're in. Because having Farranfore, having the ability to get to London, you know, a couple of times a week if we need to. I'm usually in London every week, if not or at least every second week. We've big customers over there. We're engaged with Bupa over there. We're engaged with guys in St Thomas's over there. Lots of different customers. They're within a 3-hour journey for us. Took you 3.5 hours to come from Dublin. So 3. Depends on the traffic, but it can sometimes take me 5 hours to get to a customer in Dublin if you include time for parking and so on. I can actually get to a customer in London in 3 to 3.5 hours. So Farranfore is great, brilliant. And you know, if there's one thing I'd like people to get out of this, we need to keep Farranfore open for business. I think you'd agree with me. We need to keep flights coming in and out of Farranfore, use Farranfore, and make the wild Atlantic Way and the West Coast accessible to not to Dublin. You know, and by all means it needs to be accessible to Dublin, but it needs to be accessible to the world, because the world is out there for companies such as ours.
A perfect cue for me, because Ed mentioned that there were 200,000 new people in the world every day. The vast majority of those are overseas. And I work with a company called Elucidate, and Elucidate does digital marketing training. And they put through there was a block of 10, a program of 10 units times 20 people. So there were 200 people went through their program. And at the end of the program, on each occasion, they did a mini survey and they got feedback from their students. They asked one question which was very, very telling, and this is a negative, is They asked them how many people were thinking of exporting. Now, these people are in digital marketing. How many people were thinking of exporting? Any suggestions as to how many people were thinking of exporting? 20%. Therefore, 80% didn't actually get digital, because the joy of the world, of the digital world, is that you talk to the world, to the 6 billion and growing. Ed, comment please on that. One other thing I have to say, I'm very sorry, when you look at a cake, you don't see a cake, you see ingredients. I see cake and I want to eat it. You're trying to deconstruct it.
Yeah, I think marketing, I think digital, it's all fierce important. It's about getting a message across. You know, there's been a lot of changes in that in the last number of years. Technology has driven that. Look, to me, the world is our oyster. You know, there's a certain limited market in Ireland. I think, you know, you have to develop your market, you know, in Ireland first. It's probably the easiest market to do it in your home market. But look, digital is very important, you know. You take that, you take videos, you take everything, you know. It's about getting your message across, you know.
That's good, yeah, okay. And we now have a software and we'll call it hardware if you wish, like manufacturing. And I was speaking with the lady from the Stone Writers Week earlier on. And they are also, if you think about it, in an export market. And Enterprise Ireland, I couldn't say enough good things about them. And anybody who has worked with them, I hope, because it certainly has been my experience, will say so many positive things about them. They have so much knowledge, and they have so many people wishing to help. And say on the Listowel Writers Week, I was just suggesting there, is that they have research on the German market, on the German cultural market, and they have identified 35,000 people who love the Titanic on their Facebook page, only in Germany. So they get into that detail. So if you find an area, it could be anything, Enterprise Ireland may be able to help you and trying to locate where your next big market and audience is. Christina, you've got the money.
So just to your previous comment in terms of the market, you know, being larger than Ireland, and looking at not necessarily the money part, European pioneers, but the Thoughtbox part. You know, we launched our games in November 2012, and we didn't even focus on Ireland. We went straight international, and we were a team of 2 or 3 people here in Dublin, and we reached 57 countries just with the power of technology and Twitter and you know, bloggers and so on. So tapping into that is also a huge potential out there to actually be able to sell in a lot of different countries without having a presence in that country as well.
But it doesn't happen by itself. There's a lot of work in it.
Yeah, definitely, but it's a lot easier.
Hours? Because Ed obviously spends all your days up in the air. You obviously travel vastly as well. Time is, you sacrifice time if you wish to be an entrepreneur. We may as well put it down and say, you know, it does. But then again, it's your passion.
Yeah, so in terms of how many hours am I working? Usually around 60, 70 hours per week. I'm trying to get that down now as much as I can. You know, I've had a really understanding boyfriend until now, but I need to start thinking about my personal life as well. But you know yourself, when you're an entrepreneur, you basically leave home at 9 o'clock in the morning, and you're struggling to take the last bus home to actually go, you know, and have some sleep and food or whatever. Yeah.
Bernie, there are so many questions I could ask you, but one of them is going to be, obviously you know everything about tech, because you are gold top, is it? Or top gold?
Well, if you look for my name on the internet, you're normally going to end up with someone who golfs now. So
no,
my name is
top.
top.
The psychometric tests are up there.
Yeah,
Strange.
top gold with a D at the end, and yeah, I've been around on Twitter since 2006, and probably the only person in the room that had a Facebook account before 2005. So I did that because I was training creative media students for an export-based thought process. It's not just a classroom; it's beyond the classroom. And I tried to extend what I do dynamically at the moment I present by putting the things that I'm presenting in a public space. So it's either a shared space on OneDrive, or if it's semi-polished but not ready for prime time even, I pop it across to SlideShare. And the measure of merit is a potential employer who never knew that we trained somebody to do the skill that's in the deck will come calling or asking me for a follow-up. You know, to ask for clarification on a skill set, which then normally leads into paid internship for a student.
And you do this for selfish reasons?
Yeah, I'm very selfish about it. I normally tell students I feel bad about being a lecturer. I'm bored after 2 years doing any job. I've been doing this one for about 12 years. And my first statement when I open the academic year is normally, thanks for being here. I'll let you know why I'm here. I'm here because I need to train you so that you can pay my pension, to pay the taxes that help me through senility. And that's very selfish reason. That's straightforward. And normally I tell people, at the end of 2 hours of something I'm telling you, if you cannot reimagine it and figure out where it works better for you, because I'm wrong with the way I said it, or it works better for you because you can make money on it, well then you've wasted your time, and maybe you ought to tell me that, hey, you wasted my time, I didn't get it. But most of their friends will say, yeah, I can take that and go there with this. So, confident that because I've been part of I've been part of 3 failed startups. You have to do 10 to get successful here. So I'm surrounded by people who've been more successful than me, and maybe they've taken away all my success, but potential. But no, I've been through the startup realm, either as a director of something that failed or close in to watching a company liquidate.
Not pleasant.
Well, no, I mean, like, you lose sleep, and then you go on.
And your money.
Yeah, I'm still recovering from one of them.
Okay. Please, if you want to interrupt or not interrupt, please join, as they say, join the conversation. Just put up your hand, and we'll, gentlemen and show.
Yeah.
Just shout out, because we'll otherwise.
I want to ask you about competitive analysis and competition. If the world is your market, your competitive landscape is people like you anywhere in the world. So how do you do a competitive analysis that's international?
That's a great question to Aoife, I think.
Aoife.
Because I think what you're saying is, and it's something that troubles all entrepreneurs, is what if somebody else is doing this, the same thing I'm doing, but it's in Dubai maybe, but they're doing it better? Do you worry about that? Is somebody creating a better software than yours at this very moment?
I suppose in terms of competition, and from early on, we would have had a mentor who actually always thought the competition is great because it proves there's a market for your product. And if there's a guy over in the States who's actually doing this, then brilliant, I'm in, I'll invest, was his attitude. So that actually gave me great confidence. And yeah, there are other people out there doing what we're doing, but I suppose for us, a lot of it is about the vision of your company. I actually attended a marketing type seminar that Breda there organised for the MBA students here. It was 2 years ago, probably, Breda, at this stage. And that really opened my eyes to the importance of marketing and the importance of telling people who you are and why you are doing this. And I think for the meetings and the conversations we're involved in, we just lay it all on the table and we make it very clear we're here because we're a company of physios who really believe that actually there are far too many back surgeries and knee surgeries and hip surgeries and so on going on in this world. And we believe that by getting more people doing better exercise, doing it daily, building it into your daily routines, we will save the healthcare system an awful lot of money. You know, a back surgery costs 20 grand, a physio session costs 50 quid. That's a no-brainer for any health insurance company that buys into it. So that's, I suppose, coming back to it, you know, while internet is great and all the rest of it, sometimes, you know, and that's why, you know, we all spend so much time travelling. Nothing beats actually sitting across the table from somebody, telling them who you are, what you're about, and why you're actually trying to do this. So that would be my answer to that.
Bernie wants to come
in. Let me answer that question through the framework that I'd put on it. So you're totally correct.
Thank you.
What you said. I would ask a student who's thinking they have the best idea since sliced bread to say, can you express in 5 words, articles and prepositions don't count? Then, can you find that 5-word thing on Google? Because Google knows more than you do. Then, can you conceptualize your stuff in an image and a keyframe of a video and of its short text, no more than 220 words, because that's all the investors really read, and certainly that's all your Facebook audience reads. And finally, when you publish all that into some place that's findable, can I ask my phone, the system on this is Cortana, your 5-word phrase, and do you show up on the first page? If you don't, you failed before you started. So I have fitness guys I have 56 people that are earning a BSc in sports and conditioning. They need your app. They need you as a guest speaker as well. So there's a straight offer. And I'm trying to make them say, look, 10% of your marks is, at the end of the semester, which is in January, can I ask my phone your 5-word findable phrase? And do you show up on the first page? All the way down to an address and a phone number. Do you show up? If you don't get those marks. But I'll show you how to get there, because I've done it for folks. So that's how I'd answer the competitive analysis thing. Secondly, we try to research all the guest speakers. So if you do show up, they will know who you are by image. They will know who you are by key phrase. They will have applied a thought bubble to you, what they think you're thinking about, and they'll put you in a context which you don't think you're in, because there's a lot of EVAs in the world. Okay? And finally, they'll tell you about your competitors. And they'll do all that as background research. They have to do research notes on anyone who talks to them. That's yet again another conceptual framework for competitive analysis of who are you, and are you really who you are. I confuse people as I tell people I have 5 different identities on Twitter, 5 different nicks. I used to be Ireland on Twitter until I gave that away. And so I can often get confused as to what message I'm supposed to be putting out and which channel that I'm operating in. But you've pivoted already in your business. And you know, Thoughtbox, Ireland, or education, that's going to pivot as well. Nothing lasts forever. So it's good to have more than one identity in life.
If people here with starting businesses or maybe growing businesses, can they go down to LIT, get your students to help them do exactly what you just said?
My stuff that I just said, I have it set up with a LEO program, a local enterprise office, so you can come in 2 hours a night, 3 nights, and take the basics. And if you want,
Limerick Leo?
It's actually the Clonmel Leo, but yeah, I mean, I've done it in Laois as well. I mean, it's not. There are other people doing the same thing, but it's just the idea. Like, if someone's their appetite's whetted for it, they got, before I spend my real money and put a lien on the house to do this, can I get deeper water? And we have courses that do this. So when Dell wound up in Limerick, we did a special course for them, a special purpose award to help people go through the deep water investigation of these topics. So yeah, you can, but I mean, this kind of stuff, all the IT should be doing this kind of stuff. I mean, it's not that hard.
It's not that hard when you know about it and when you think about it.
And when you made the mistakes with it. So you have to make the mistake. You got to have a dirty bib to tell people how to stay clean.
Man in blue at the back, can you shout, please?
Right. It's a question for Edmund. As your role as CEO and CTO, how do you manage your passion for engineering with the necessity for leadership? If I didn't I saw you on that video as the guy with the goggles doing the welding.
Not quite, but I have been there, I'll put it that way to you, you know. I suppose, how would I describe it? Right. Probably what I get my buzz out of, being honest about it, is the technical side of it. But obviously, you know, and a big part of what we do, you know, is talking about that and is explaining that. Look, it's a case of balance. You know, there's definitely directions that you get pulled that you probably, you know, there's things you have to do and there's things you like to do. That's probably how I describe it. How do I balance it? I'm not really sure is my straight answer to you, you know. I don't really have a, you know, a thing that says, geez, that I'm doing this for some of the time and this for more of the time. I think you have to, you know, you have to try and figure out what it is you're trying to do in each area and see, you know, see what your objectives are and to try moving those on all the time.
Did you have, once upon a time, a big vision? Did you sit in the bath or sit on the bus or something? No.
No.
So it grew organically?
Yeah.
From one?
Yeah, from one. It was, I suppose the company was founded by my father, let's say. I suppose I'm there since, I suppose I was there from when I could walk, first of all, but then I probably went into that business full-time in '98. And obviously then I was into the electronics, the tech, all that side of it, even though I'm a mechanical engineer in background.
I'm going to go off on just a little tangent, if that's okay. I'm just wondering, what do you guys think, all of you, think about business books? Have any of you ever read a business book that said, good God, that's a wonderful book? Ed?
That I could tell you the name of? Probably not. You know, I read different books, but you know, how they word it, you learn something new every day. That's the first point, and you'll take different things from different things. It's probably how you digest that and how you apply it, because probably you can read a lot of things, but do you apply it after is the big problem, you know. So,
anybody a fan of business books?
I'll give you 2 titles. I think Isaacson's got a new one on innovation. I've seen the cuts of it's good. And Walter
What's
Isaacson.
his name?
Walter
Walter
Isaacson.
Isaacson.
He wrote Steve Jobs, that the authorized biography, and Ogilvy have a book on design thinking, which is superb.
Okay. Christina?
For us, it was, well, when I started the business, we went straight on Launchpad in NDRC, and the Bible was the Lean Canvas book. That was the most useful book for us in terms of business.
So you have found books useful. Well, that's good. And Aoife, have you? Doesn't
I can't say I do a lot of reading. I have 4 small kids, and any time that's not on the business is on them.
Okay.
And that's being straight up and honest. I suppose I did come across a book called The Business Model Generation at one stage. It's a lot more visual, I suppose, and that would have definitely given me some help on the business model and that.
The reason I was asking that really was to find out if any of you, because I was asking Ed about the big vision, you will come across these uber business people, normally white male, who say, I woke up and I had a big vision and I just drove everybody there and I was a brilliant air. Horrible stuff. Makes me cringe because it's not real people. Lady in orange.
So I obviously have to give the deep background as regards competition and the LRT offering the skills.
You shout out just so people back.
So do the LRT, by the way. So there, just give the opportunity of competitive analysis. We're offering it as well, so it's alive and well. But I think maybe more fundamentally going forward, looking at the session being on innovation and mindset. And I think each of you, if I'm correct, do not come from a business background, per se, right? And yet there's a myth out there that you want to be in the area of entrepreneurship, you should come, even though it's becoming more and more apparent that's not ideally the background to be from. And before coffee, I was talking to one of the computing students from the IT, and the mere mention of the word entrepreneurship, the mere mention of the word innovation, it sends off alarm bells, and they come up in spots because they resist it so much, and yet it's a reality. So I'm asking each member of the panel if they could share with that identity, or, I mean, it's interesting that Aoife started off and said, I'm a physio, and I'll always be a physio.
Yeah.
But by God, and you're the scientist and always a scientist, but we look at the success that's evolved. So what is it that ignited the identity of the entrepreneur within each of you? And would you wish that had been ignited a lot earlier?
Okay, to answer the second bit, I think what ignited it is probably liking what you do, which I think is what Aoife was saying as well, right? It's an interesting question, right? Because it was actually it was the first question that, when I was involved in the EY Entrepreneur of the Year, and I was videoed with a number of questions. I was asked all these questions, and the first question is, well, when did you consider yourself an entrepreneur? And I said, my answer was never, it was, I consider myself, let's say, an engineer. That's what and still to this day, so I suppose that's probably my story, really. I think.
Yeah, I'd be very similar. I'd still consider myself a physio, and I like that. I'd probably be a physio to my grave. But I suppose in terms of what ignited the idea, it was really taking what I had seen work in terms of e-learning and engagement of students in academia, and working as a lecturer here at the IT and seeing how our teaching styles and so on changed as technology evolved, and as we could bring multimedia into the lecture theatre, as we could actually engage students with online, send them to YouTube for clips and so on, and looking at how that engaged students in learning. For me, it was a case of, well, we have this problem in clinical practice of getting patients to do their exercises. Everybody goes to the physio. A key part of your treatment is do your exercises when you go home. But there's 70% of people that actually don't do their exercises at home. They're at home, 7 days of the week. They're in the physio clinic for 30, 40 minutes of that week. So it's what they do in the meantime that's the key part. And for me, it was, why don't we take what we know works in another area and apply it into clinical practice? And I suppose that's where it started for me.
You realise that Aoife's just given you an ad.
I just say that person about 4 years ago didn't speak that lingo, and now she speaks it like this.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a kind of colleague of mine for years, and it's great to listen to it.
Oh, absolutely.
But
you're right. It's something get an ad across.
Yeah, but it's funny. The other thing for me was, I knew this could work in clinical practice, and I was searching online for the solution that we could use in the way that I wanted to apply it. And it just wasn't there. And it was a case of, I spoke to a number of colleagues and I spoke to a number of physios and kind of bounced the ideas off. And, everybody thought the idea was great, but it wasn't out there. Even in the early stages of the Endeavour program, and everybody was doing your stress testing of your business and all the rest of it, you couldn't actually find the right way of getting it across to the patient and then getting that loop of data coming back to the physio. And it was a case of, well, you know, let's just go do it. And it's a big leap and all the rest of it, but you know, if you have an idea and if you really believe it's going to work, then just go do it. Don't waste any time, just go do it. And that was the best piece of advice I got from actually one of the other lads on the Endeavour programme. And it was, Aoife, what are you waiting for? Just go do it. Okay, you have to do all this market research and competitor analysis and all the rest of it. Sometimes, just go do it. You know?
Bernie, just before can I interrupt you? Do you see yourself as an entrepreneur?
Yes, because I know what I want to open and start right now in a new incubator that's setting up in Clonmel. So I know that, and I also know that I've done it before. I've filed the papers, done the CRO thing, got a patent on one of the things I helped start up, and then watched it wind down. So I know that. But to answer your question before that, I know it's probably a result of watching my grandfather start a decorating business years before I was born during the American Depression, and watching myself and my 4 brothers and my 5 cousins work in that business. And like the only way you got lunch out at a Pizza Hut was to help the uncle and my dad erect a tent or finish up a venue. So it's because of how I grew up. We grew our own food across the road. My mom was an Iowa farmer, so she was used to pushing cows down the road. She lost her family farm twice during the Depression. So I grew up with all that, saying the government's not going to save you. You are responsible for taking care of yourself. It's handy that there are supports and grants and expert help, but it's up to you. And I feel like, yeah, okay, I would do this again and see where it goes.
Christina?
I guess my story is a little bit different. When I was doing my master's degree in Sligo, I was working with the Centre for Design Innovation there, so there were a lot of startups around us, and we were always surrounded by them and the networking and so on. So that's when I kind of caught the bug, and that's when I knew I wanted to start my own business. I had no idea what it was going to be. So after that, I got a job, and I basically said, when I'll have this amount in my account in savings, I'll quit my job and start a business. So the day that happened, I handed in my notice, and remember kind of looking around and thinking, okay, now what? So I followed my passion in education, and that's where ThoughtBox started. But it was one of those things that I always wanted to do, if not necessarily for the money, but for the experience as well.
It's a disease.
Yeah, exactly. And, on the other side, talking about innovation and so on, where you're saying, where does that come from? For us, we learn how to innovate from children. And to be honest, I think that that's something that kids know exactly how to do, and they're born innovators. But we forget how to do that along the way. They're doing a lot of things right that we're either afraid or don't know how to do it anymore.
Let us go to the West Kerry girl, to the Kirkovina. Now, can you shout out so the people at the back know should highlight?
Oh, yeah, no, the animation. Going to meet him at the town, pretty well all the videos, so I'm really enjoying it immensely. Just a question is, before we started off, and I think Aoife has answered it already, go for it and do it. Go for it and do it. What advice would you give to a person like myself who's beginning a new journey? I know Susan Jeffers to quote her, feel the fear and do it anyway. From your own past experiences, what advice would you give me?
Do you want to give us a hint as to what you want to do?
No, well, it's on the Wild Atlantic Way. It's tourism related.
Okay. Can I interrupt and maybe start the suggestions, and please suggest yourselves as well. I'll come back to that crowd, Elucidate, who taught me about the research being done by Tourism Ireland about the German market. They went and they found out that the Germans love, for example, for you, for Kirkovina, is that they love, the Germans love a literary holiday. Upper class, rich Germans love to be seen to be educated, and they are educated if they read English books from Ireland, as in Larry Asperla. And that will Tourism Ireland has that kind of detailed research. So if you were to go to Tourism Ireland and ask them about access to anything like that, it could spark off something within you to say, this might be an idea. You know the Charlie Chaplin Festival down in Waterville? My dad, as I mentioned, was from Waterville. I was brought down there to suggest about trying to get an identity for Waterville. And it's a brand-aware world now. And I suggested, now I'm old enough to actually have remembered seeing Charlie Chaplin down in Waterville. And I just suggested it to them. That is now something that has happened. There is the festival there. And it gives them a world. And forget about anything small, local. Think world, because you can. It's no longer the dark ages. Now, sorry, that's my top and
sorry. The point I'm making is, for myself as an individual, regarding even the idea and the concept aside, for the individual themselves, what actually, what would you like to share as an individual when you started on the journey, from reflecting back on it?
So for me, I'd say don't do it alone. Whatever you do, get a co-founder, and it's going to help you a lot along the way. I'm a sole founder, and I would never do this again alone. And the second thing that I would share with you is try and find somebody that's done it before, and have them as an advisor or as a mentor. For me, that was crucial, especially because I didn't have a co-founder. Having somebody as a mentor that I could just pick up the phone to and say, what do you think about this? That really helped me a lot.
I'd add to that, when you're trying to find someone as a co-founder, make sure it's not a clone of you. So like in the case of where we failed twice, and we had more than one person, we didn't have good bean counters that asked to look at our spreadsheets a week before the bank manager started asking to look at our spreadsheets. And we didn't have someone who was driven by a commission-hungry attitude to say, I'll chase those invoices, but I want 10% and expenses. So I would say if you have a solid idea, the only way it's going to work is if you have cash flow. And you need someone that doesn't mind banging on doors, opening up new ones and saying, I brought home some new business and I got those invoices for you. So if you're going to hire somebody or get a co-founder with you, the person that thinks in terms of the beans they bring to the table for you, so important, that cash flow.
Yeah, I suppose I'd agree with both of the previous speakers on that. I think I was a sole founder as well, and it's tough. It's tough on your own, definitely. And going back to Bernie's point, the best thing that happened to our business this year is we brought in a COO who works really well on the whole financial management side of it. Other than that, I suppose go back to the mentor thing. I would really have valued the time we got from mentors, but I think it's very important that you pick and choose your mentors. We would have had one mentor, Breed will be familiar with him, and basically, I could go in for a session with him, and he would just, basically throw it. He was like one of the lecturers I had in college myself. You'd get back your essay, and it would be just red marks through everything, But actually, that brought you to the next level. And so having a mentor who kind of, advises you and tells you you're doing fine all the time, maybe you need some of that, but actually you need the challenge as well. You really need to kind of, that person who challenges you and says, well, actually, is this going to work? Have you done enough of that competitive analysis? Because, do you know what? I don't think you're right. I think your business model is completely the wrong way around, and you're never going to make money that way. And then you go away and you think, what am I doing here? Should I be here at all? And so on. But then you start thinking and you start looking at different ways of doing it. And then you come back 2 months later and you realise, actually, he was right, because we've now found a much better business model. But at the time, you came out of that meeting feeling, 6 inches tall and kind of going, I've spent the last 2 years and it's gone down the Swanee. So again, pick and choose and work out what works for you in your business.
Yeah. I think there's probably a number of things. I think first of all, I think mindset. It's back to first of all, right? I think a lot of things they're a journey on the way, right? So if you think about it, let's say traveling. If we go back, say 15 years ago, traveling from Kerry to Dublin was a relatively, or let's say 20 years ago, was a relatively rare thing. We think nothing of it now, right? And then if you think about that journey, right? And if you were going, let's say, from Tralee to Dublin, you can encounter diversions, roadworks, things that'll throw you off your path, right? But just to have the mindset to say, right, that's fine, okay, we have a diversion here, we're going to figure it out. Now, today, you have a sat-nav. If you're doing that journey, you're not so bothered about the diversion, but you know that you can actually figure it out. That's the first thing. It might take you a bit longer, and you plan for that, but you can also then think about and say, right, well, what are the things that might throw me off the path? And then how do I take those risks and how do I deal with those? So I think there's that mindset thing. I think that's one side of it, right? Then the other thing is, you know, I went back and I said, right, well, who's the customer? And I think that's an important thing to understand. And why would they buy it? And, you know, if you take certain things to the extreme, so, how do you make one hell of a difference? How would you delight the daylights out of a customer? If you ask yourself those questions, I think they're worth. The answers that you get to those can sometimes be quite telling.
What a gorgeous phrase. How would you delight the daylights out of a customer?
Yeah.
I'm going to write that down. That's going to go into my book that you'll all be reading. One other thing to remember is that it's business people. We are a community. These people have given up of their time to mentor you guys. I've never, and people come onto my program free and for nothing. We don't pay anybody, but they want to be heard, and they've got messages and lessons that they want to share, because it's whatever is in us. We like telling people, our stories, but we also like, in general, to be helpful. So that is why, again, we're all here today. The lady behind you, Jim.
Dr. Artie has already almost answered my question, because what has stuck out for me in the last hour listening to all his mindset, and especially my question was going to be directed to Aoife and then to the rest of the panel, when you talked about setting up your business and the fact that people who go to the physio have this idea that they go to it's kind of the Irish mindset more so than the European one. We go to the doctor and we go to the physio and we think we're going to be fixed, and we don't go home and think, okay, now I have to do these exercises. So it's all about mindset, and I'm just wondering, is that what brought you to sort of realising, outside of then your journey as a lecturer, that brought you to realise that people needed these apps or whatever? I'm not fully au fait what you're saying, but that they needed something to guide them to do the exercises at home. And then Dr. Harty just said it now, it's all mindset. And if you look at the mindset of Ireland 15 years ago and today, and it's just, we call it entrepreneurship, and Frida mentioned about, or it was mentioned, I don't know if it was Frida, but somebody mentioned about the difference between people who are business students and engineering, and that, again, it's all, maybe we should consider calling entrepreneurs changing mindset, and that, mindset is huge, and Ireland has changed so much as well. I see that in all of your stories.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think it is about a mindset. I suppose to give you my background, I'm from Galway. I'm living here in Kerry for the last number of years. I had the good fortune of being involved with the Kerry football team for many years. And it's funny, actually, through the involvement with the team there, I do see that there is a mindset of winning. And there's no question about it. Kerry haven't won 37 All-Ireland football finals on, just getting up to make your place on the team. You win because you want to win. And you win because you want to be competitive. And even the group of people I met in Finland this year, or just this week, they're actually looking at the Finnish footballers of the future. And their attitude is, Finland's a small nation. We have, I think, is it 5 or 6 million people that they have. They can't afford the attrition rates of the UK in terms of losing footballers or elite talented footballers to injury. If you look at attrition rates in football in the UK, they lose a lot of their talented players to injury. We potentially lose a lot of our talented players here. But again, their mindset is, we'll prepare, we'll really drive because we want to win. And they're not playing, they're not playing recreationally, or they're playing competitive. They have 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds. They are, and very much holistically developing the player, developing different characteristics of the player, developing the player to do well in education, in social aspects, in other spheres of his life as well. but equally developing to win. And again, if you want to win Olympic medals, I think for Ireland, for me, it's very interesting. Sometimes you'd hear, say with the GA, you have the Go Games initiative. And, you know, I have four children who all play GA. I love the GA and all the rest of it. But I hear my 6-year-old and my 8-year-old. The ref doesn't keep the score because everyone's participating and it doesn't really matter about the score. The lads are keeping the score themselves in the field. You know, because they're competitive, they want to win. And it's funny, I always remember watching a programme about the O'Shea brothers, and, you know, I think it was Fergal O'Shea was actually talking about their grandmother Beatrice marching them, and Jackie'd know this, marching them around the kitchen table back in West Kerry. And I think Mark was 3 and, you know, Tomas, I suppose, whatever he was, 5 or 6, and Dara was whatever, 7, whatever they were. But they were marching around the kitchen table, Beatrice in front of them and saying to them, you know, I'm the Artane Boys band, and you're playing for Kerry and Croke Park today. And pull your socks up, pull your shoulders back, and march tall, because you're going to win All Ireland medals for Kerry today. And I think when you have a mindset like that, when that's bred into you from the age you're whatever you are, then of course you're going to win and of course you're going to succeed. And similarly here, I think the programs that are run at the IT here and in Limerick IT and so on, and the junior entrepreneurship program, I think it's fantastic. Build that entrepreneurship mindset into the kids. You know, from that, expose them to it. Expose them to the belief that, yes, I can start my own business. Okay, I'm in transition here, but we actually did a business and, you know, we made €200 selling whatever it was. I think that's fantastic, and I really take my hat off to the likes of Jerry Kennelly and Breed and the other people in the entrepreneurship programs throughout the country, because that's fantastic. It's great for the country. And I think one thing I would say is, I suppose, I have a foot in both camps, having been there as a lecturer, having worked as a physio in our public service system as well in the HSE and so on, and also having worked in private practice and now working on a business. I think it's really important for us as a country that public and private pull well together. And Colin mentioned earlier on Enterprise Ireland, we got fantastic help from Enterprise Ireland. But equally, I think it's very important for public services to recognise that it's tough out there building a business. And, you know, I can remember in the early stages for us getting a couple of calls from revenue offices and so on. You know, we were in the early stages. I didn't know one, you know, now we were trying to do everything by the book. Help us and make it easier for us and help us. And okay, you're in a job where you want to get out the door at 10 to 5 or 5 to 5, you know, because you're in that job, but fine, I'm not trying to make it difficult for you, just help me do it right. And public and private, I think as a nation, we need to pull our public and private sectors together better.
Yeah, the mindset does seem to be changing, though, if you look at Enterprise Ireland today as opposed to 15, 20 years ago, or if you look at your own personal journey as a lecturer, and you said you were exposed to, you know, the technology changing and all of that. I mean, that has obviously had a huge, played a huge part in getting you where you are today.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah.
Bernie, the mind of the entrepreneur, the mindset.
The mindset of the entrepreneur inside of my mindset, or do you think what would? Because I'm stunned by Aoife, so I'm kind of still thinking about digesting what she said here. Well, let me just carry on to the back of something that she said as a footnote, because we're all here to help. So let me tell you the way we helped Aoife, the way we could have helped you, Aoife. I could have taken a mom at home that wanted to raise her 2 kids, one of whom was diagnosed as having a learning difficulty, and she was a very good accountant. So she would have done the books you needed to keep revenue off your door, and you could have simply told revenue, won't you please call Brita? She'll take care of that for you. And then there would have been a bond, because Brita was used to dealing with revenue, and she would know exactly when Ita's birthday was, and they would take care of itself. Socially, there wouldn't have been a problem. So this is the important footnote I want to throw out. One of my businesses went to liquidation. I had owed a big company, IBM, 60,000 Irish pounds. Never paid it, never got thrown into the wolves for it, but because I used an audited account system for year after year after year, not even trading, I was struck off the books with no prejudice. That's hard to do in Ireland. So the footnote for you is, it's probably someone listening to me right now thinking about starting. They don't think about exiting until all of a sudden the money's running out. So I'm just here to tell you that if you do have a Brita who do audited accounts for you, you can avoid a 15 to 25,000 euro liquidation fee by simply throwing in those things to the CRO, and suddenly you'll just go away, proving the point that public service is actually helping out the private entrepreneur without distorting company law. So that's an important thing I learned, kind of by accident. I never paid the bill. They wrote it off. The IBM wrote it off. Never paid a liquidator. And I know because my wife was one of the other directors, she's on another board with a credit union. She passed all the probity checks, and there's not been a problem. So I don't know if that answers your question, but the mindset of an entrepreneur needs to go all the way to exit, someone buying you, or burnout. You've reached the end of your cash flow. You need to know you've looked at that dark side, as opposed to the potential of the dollar signs, euro, or Saudi rials, whatever they're going to throw at you. Got to know what the dark side is by someone who's gone all the way down and out and come back up.
Christina.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit back to what I was talking about before, learning from kids about innovation. And to be honest, I think kids have that mindset. They grow up with it, you know. How many of you have kids here? Quite a few. So how many of you had your kid coming to you and say, Mom, Dad, why is this happening? Why is the sky blue? And you would give them a very good answer, and then they'd say, but why? And you'd say, okay, well, these things are getting a little bit more complicated now. And then they'd ask why again, and that's when you know you're in trouble. You know, and I think that's the mindset that entrepreneurs need to have. Asking why 3 times in a row gets you into trouble, but it also gets you to challenge the status quo and to challenge the way we do things around here. And I think that's the way you innovate, and that's the way you kind of come up with these new ideas in order to base your entrepreneurship on and your business on. The other thing that I think is very important and that that kids have and gets destroyed along the way is they're not afraid of failure. If they don't know something, they just have a go at it. You know, when it comes to kids, if they're just trying and failing and trying again until they get it right, and I think this is kind of beaten out of us as we go along. But if we're afraid of failure, then we'll never innovate. That mindset, there's a lot of things there to learn from kids, and try to actually encourage them to keep doing it, question a lot, and not being afraid of saying stupid things or asking stupid things, because there aren't any stupid things to ask out there.
Any other questions? At the back there, please. And would you shout out, please? How often would you improve your brand new product?
I just want to say the one thing, you know what the word ideate is? Ideate? Okay, you need to ideate all the time.
Yeah, I don't think we ever have our product there. In our case, we're constantly evolving, changing, adding new features. You know, once you get it into the hands of customers, it's fantastic. You get feedback and you realise, actually, we should have done it this way, or we should have done it that way. Or if we did that, it would be so much easier for the customer to use, and so on. So ours is a technology software, and it's always changing and evolving.
Yeah, continually. Look, if you're not going forward, you're going backwards. So you have to go forward all the time.
Are you big enough as a company now to have a R&D team?
Yeah, we have an R&D team. Yeah, there's about 30 probably in it.
30. And at what stage, how big were you when you actually managed?
I suppose we didn't probably formally put it in place. You know, at any stage it kind of evolved to that, so that we've, let's say, I suppose, electronics and the mechanical development side of things and software, and that essentially is our R&D team. You know.
Okay, so it's not a bunch of boffins in white coats with.
Oh God, no! It has to be very practical. But yet, you know, you ideate, you go through, you know, you figure out what it is you want to do, what it is you can do, what would be nice to do.
You sit on a plane and you look at magazines.
Absolutely, all that, yeah. Absolutely, all that, yeah.
Christina.
So, your question scares me a bit, because it kind of alludes to that idea of I've got an idea and it's brilliant, and I'm just going to go off and build it and then put it out there and so on, and that's never really going to work. It's about building your product with your customer, and you know, going out there and continuously testing it. and you're never finished. Ideally, you put a minimum product on the market and get as much feedback as possible and keep going and keep iterating and so on, and keep adding to it as well as everybody else said.
Other questions? Okay, sorry, Chuck. Thank you.
Business plan.
We're the great midst of our time.
I think I need to say more than that.
Edmund.
Ed, did you ever have a business plan?
You must have a gold star on that. You make cakes.
No, there we go. I think, look, my view of business plans is people will ask you for them, they'll talk about all these things, but to me, figure it out yourself what you want to do. There's different areas you have to think about. How would I word it, Joe? You know, there's a place for and a place against, right? That'd be my straight answer to you. Go on. You'll probably
Okay, I'll answer it with two other words. Dashboard and spreadsheet, not business plan. So have your dashboard, 6 things, no more, that you're looking at, red, yellow, green, up and down, area graphs perhaps, not hard to understand, algorithm that works, and a spreadsheet the bank manager respects because you're not fooling them about the cash flow. Spreadsheet and dashboard.
To answer your question, I had to write a few business plans. I wrote 3 business plans so far. Every single one of them became redundant 2 weeks after I finished. So in our case, I'm not writing them unless I really have to write them. But we do work a lot with the lean canvas. And that basically has everything in that would go into a business plan in there.
Aoife, did you ever work off a business plan?
I did. Did I work off it? I'm not sure I worked off it. I definitely wrote 1 or 2. I suppose when you're pitching to investors and they're looking for business plans, you've no choice. You have to write them. I always begrudged the time it was taking me to write them, because for me it was time away from working on the business and doing what I felt was most important, which was get us customers and get our product into the hands of customers. I'd agree with Bernie's, you know, now we work off a rolling sort of top 10 list. That's, you know, everybody's aware of what the priorities are, what are we doing this week, and how is that fitting into our priority list of what we want to achieve for this quarter, you know, this half year, or whatever it is we're working on. So we definitely have our list of key priorities on an ongoing basis, but I suppose if we're going for funding again at any stage, we'll be back to writing the old business plans.
I always remember walking in. I walk into Irish businesses in Dublin, primarily where it happens. And before I say this, I'm actually from Clare, because I remember you were saying Galway 2 generations ago, County Clare, a small bungalow. They walked away from it and they end up in the United States. But now, when I walk into the best offices I get a chance to visit Dublin, normally the guys I'm with will say, please don't look right, and certainly don't let your camera take a picture of our whiteboard. So they use the same thing you're talking about. You can actually see them shifting priorities up and down, and the whiteboard is really effective. And Microsoft is a live one that goes back to Redmond all the time. It's pretty interesting how they do their software builds that way. And I forget the other thing I was going to say, so I'll just...
Okay, I'm going to wrap up with one final question to all of you. Aoife, you have the mic. Do any of you do it for the money?
We haven't made that money yet if we do. So no, for us, it was never about the money. Now, obviously you need the money, and you know, I just had a conversation this morning with somebody. We're not running a charity shop here. This is a commercial agreement, so it has to be this way. But for us, it's about, I suppose, for me, you know, spending so many years in physio practice, knowing what I knew and learning what I learned through the experience of treating patients, you know, day in, day out, working with everything from elite sports players right through to people who had bad car crashes and so on. And knowing there was a better way of doing it. Actually, you know what? There is a better way. There's, you know, if you can actually go out of this clinic and do what I've shown you every day for the next 7 days, you'll be so much better when you come back next week. But it was actually trying to, you know, just find what is it that actually makes them do that. And that for me, and that's what it's still about. And I wouldn't say we're there yet. We're still very much, as I said, evolving the product and getting more customers, getting better feedback, and so on. But we're on a journey, and we're enjoying it on the way.
Ed, do you do it for the money?
Yeah, the simple answer is no, right? Obviously, look, it's a very important part of the equation, but no is the straight answer, no.
People who are not in business never believe business people who say that.
Right.
And that's a
Yeah,
statement.
yeah.
Refute, please.
Well, I suppose, look, if you want it, sure, all you do is sell out. Simple as. Move off to the Bahamas or wherever you want to go, you know.
Okay.
That would be the simple answer, like.
Bernie, money?
Let me answer the money thing with money, but basically I remember my grandfather saying, I've run this business for 50 years and never took a salary. Yet he paid me as a 10-year-old to do work, and my 4 brothers and my 5 cousins. And we always had a company car, and every time we had a job to do, we had to eat out, and that was a company expense. So as a director, he took no salary. So he wasn't in it for the money, he was in it for the revenue, and he paid his tax, and things went on. So, I mean, how you do it, it's not how much is in my current account, in his current account. It's like, what did you do with the flow of money you had coming in, and is there more coming in next month based on how you leverage that flow?
Well, to answer your question, about 3 months ago, we decided to put all our games out there for free, and to kind of make it our mission to make free quality educational content available for all kids everywhere in the world. So no, it's not really just about the money. If it would be only about the money, you'd burn out very quickly as an entrepreneur.
And I'm delighted. That's a 100% answer. All of you, that's what I always hear, is that it's not about the money. It is about passion. And how you bottle passion, well, that is the $1 million question, isn't it? Or the $64 million question. I'm going to wrap it up because I think the lunch called, but I want to make sure that we shout out for the sponsors, who is Chris Byrne. Chris is giving a talk here, and Chris was at the UL one. He is a wonderful businessman, and again, a very, very generous man with his time. And he has a session at 2:40. IDF Marketing in Limerick and ECOS Environment in Limerick are also co-sponsors. Obviously, a big shout out to Shane for organising it, and Karen. And Karen, yes, at the back. And thank you very much for listening, and I hope that you are inspired to get out there. No better time in this country than to set up now. It is just made for it, because we are in recovery and we have learnt many lessons, and please God, it'll never happen to us again. I should have said a big thank you to our guest speakers as well, and do please come up and chat to them and ask them questions over lunch, I would suggest.
You can ask a question, but it's on the way, and it will happen, and it will be good.
Okay, merci.
I'll give you back too.
No, yes, probably best to just raise the DAI thing and put points on serious segments that young people we have a good balance.
Whether a person is they go out there, they go, you know, I mean, shopping are certainly just a little bit of speed in case
We catch him over.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I don't remember seeing anything out like that. So.
Oh, not at all, because that's where my daughter's from, so we should, and even know my cousins. At the crossroads of the church.
Hey, how are you? Thanks for coming.
Not at all.
So that's me. Okay. Look at this. I'm going to give you a essential business idea. I'm going to give you another business area. Maybe you're already doing it. We're American. My wife just had a total knee replacement. And after 5 weeks, she was 120 degrees and full clearance of anything she wanted. And she was fully cleared. She had finished her, as you call it, physio, we call it physical therapy. In 5 weeks, done, and the doctor could not believe it. She credited that she found some exercises on the web and did them beforehand. So with all this joint replacement, I'm sure it's happening over here, it's happening in the States, and you know, she went in, she was 3 days in the hospital, and then 6 days in a rehab facility. There are people that are 6 weeks still in a wheelchair. So what you need to do is put programs out there for people to do ahead of time. Because she didn't get any of this from her doctor or anything. She did it.
And that's what we like.
She found it on her own.
Like, it's just, you know, there are an awful lot of people like her that actually could benefit from just
well, they would do it. You do it before. I think most people.
If you think if she spent 6 days in a rehab facility,
I
bet you if she could get herself out before, she would do anything to get
Oh
herself
yeah. She was ready to go. Yes, she was there. But they had a really good physio there. That was the advantage. But never used to walk her when she left physio. Used to cane about 3 days. You know, I mean, she's like the. But you know, so I'm probably gonna have to have the same thing here with a couple of knees. But I'm hoping just a partial. Yeah, Valencia, and then in the U.S.
What do you do?
We do computer simulation. We have a line of training products, safety, awareness training for employees. And right now, we're mainly selling into the maritime sector. We've done this in North America, bringing the 49 additional products over here. We're just kicking it apart from our trip in Europe. Okay, well, we got a couple other business lines that we're down. One is logistics modeling, we're in research group, CIT, and another one is
87 and 95, and I couldn't remember his name now, but I can remember one of the people we always used them. He always being rocked blind by him, but we didn't mind because he was larger than life and he was laughing.
Well, I'll tell you this, is now I'm talking about UBS, and I still have, of course, friends that work for it. It's changed.
The industry's changed. So isn't that lovely? So you're going to try to stay in London?
Yep, and marketing background, I don't really need to work, but I sort of was involved in the chamber in Austin. I cannot be involved in business. So my goal is to that says Waterville is the only seaside beach in Kerry. Nothing says that.
They also say that it's bypassed because, well, of course, Kerry, just Marcus said much better.
People ask me what my goal is. My goal is to have a target on my back. Calling the average person is 4 nights in Barney. So that's my goal. Barney to say, who is that person?
Well, Reed Moran is my cousin, and Reed Moran must know you.
I'm sure. Everybody knows me because I'm the tall blonde American that's walking around. Well, walking.
And she also will know you because if you are trying to market another one, she is one of them as well. She's Carl Daniel. And her house just fits on the ocean.
So she's a very because they've actually had some really interesting workshops. They have only 200 accommodations or so. Yet they're trying to build a system where they're trying to get a school at UCC to have virtual classes that require once or twice a year in-house to recontain and there.
But you say only 200 million, they're booked out all summer with caravans and motorhomes.
But they're trying to get winter business.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, they want people.
Sure.
Do you know about Kerry Dark Sky?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes.
So that's another thing. It's a winter
that's right.
business
Yeah. Oh,
because
yeah.
the sun, there's a picture someone took of the sky at 2:30 in the morning in the summer, and the sun's still up. So that's it. We're really trying to build something winter business.
How small is the world? You're living down where my granduncle was, certainly was doing the water thing from.
Where he came to the office every day.
Exactly, yeah. And he's now
Do you know a German prisoner of war lived in the water tower? There was a German plane that crashed, and of course Ireland wasn't in the war. But they had to put him on because they didn't have to live in the city. He was being imprisoned in the water tower, which had no lock on the door. And he lived there, and all the ladies that lived nearby all competed with each other. And he was there for around Christmas time. But the plane wreckage is still there, and I just did the Bolus boot walk last week.
How long was that?
Oh, they told us we could have done it. There's a Sunday morning walking room now. They said we could have done it in 2 hours because everybody wanted to get back from the GAA game. So we did it in about 3 hours. One thing about the walking route is we have never actually stayed on the route that we originally intended. The walking routes are a work in progress, but it's fun. We have a little boat on the Sunday, so I've been in
Canadian lady there, Shirley McKenna, Garrett McKenna, or Frank Gomes.
I'm just starting to get to know the people in Glenday, but Waterville, everybody knows me because I helped with all the claims, and I just want to tell people, I said, one man said, you're lucky you came in the fall.
Well, this is after the storms.
Yeah, and I met people because I didn't have to work for you. But then in addition to that, I took a lot of volunteer meetings.
That's why there's some of my caravans were doing the same. And that's up on YouTube. And that went, well, it went viral. It went international. So there you go. Now I'm going to have some lunch because we have to.
Susan, by the way, Susan Bauman.
Bauman.
B-A-U-G-H-M-A.
Oh, that's a pity because my mum's name is Boom. These were Huguenot or extraction. Bauman. Nice to meet you, Susan.
Yep, today in Ireland, but you'll see.
Okay, I'll find you.
Yes, so from my
How are you doing? I do all the marketing and the PR and things like that.
For Writers Week, we stole Writers Week, and I just wanted to comment on your idea and just
it's so simple. My partner say in Dublin.
And it's not a H, there's not a H at the end of it.
M-O-T-T.
Yeah.
You know what the actual derivation is?
No.
It's a very rude word for a female genital.
Oh, is it? Oh, right, okay.
And that's why,
Well, hey,
that's why people say, oh, you can't use that.
anyway, your mom has a contact in Germany.
No, my mom is, she's a head of a company called WASup Kerry.
Oh, yeah.
And she is in digital marketing. And they do a lot of work for Tourism Ireland. And amongst the things that they were doing for Tourism Ireland was trying to understand what, because they're focus group driven, what are people looking for? And there are two things that I remember. One of them was that thing about the Titanic, that there were 35,000 Germans who followed the Titanic on their Facebook pages, or who followed. Now, how weird is that? Why don't I just send them stuff about Titanic and bring them over here, because there's two Titanics, you know. There's the one at the exactly.
The one in Belfast, yeah.
So the second one was that, and Maeve Neves is her name, Maeve, I remember telling me about that there is a big desire amongst German upper crust, that's what I said here, upper crust Germans to be literary, English language, but Irish literary, if you know what I mean. And in particular, there was a German guy who wrote a book about coming to Ireland, and they use it almost as the Bible. This was written in the 1940s, I think. But their travels are based on that. It's a bit like doing a Harry Potter tour. And I think it was in Kerry that he went to the islands, Glasgow. It was, I remember, she remembered that.
Well, you see, because they fly in from Frankfurt into their airport, so like there's a target there.
But you would be able to get these people through Facebook, because the Germans are very good, and they will like.
Very methodical, because I work for German, like I'm the finance side of it, rather than the marketing, so that's why I want to just.
And that is where if Tourism Ireland doesn't, or won't, I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't give it to you, or if somebody doesn't find it, Maeve will slip it out the back and into you. Of course. Have you got a report or something?
Yeah. That's me, Maura at writersweek.ie.
Good.
Very simple.
Very good.
And that would be great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Not at all.
And you, you'd have to get Today FM down.
We don't do any.
Do you not do outside broadcasts?
No. Dennis O'Brien is too mean. I asked everybody else to do it for the money. They don't. I think he does.
He does. Well, no.
That's why he has zillions.
That's exactly why. And okay. Well, lovely to meet you.
Oh, you're going to have a.
And so where are your booths then in Kerry?
increase
And
this.
no one would be picking up, but once they pick the other one in, we're in trouble.
So,
1, 2, 1, 2. Can you pick me up, Chris? 1, 2.
that's quite low.
Slow. 1,
I
2.
think, do you know, I don't know, is there something with those mics? Those mics with the swan neck on them?
Yeah.
They just seem, I don't know, do you have to get very close or something? They're quite low.
The gain is probably great, man. 1, 2,
Like
1,
that's very poor now. I'd have to turn you up full for that.
2, 2, 2, 1 check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Now you see when he
that's going
talks,
to be much.
when he
But
talks,
he's going in like that. 1, 2.
2, 2, but that's what
1,
they're doing.
2.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
2, 2, 1 check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
No,
Still
you're
low.
not nearly as loud as he is.
But if we burn that down, Joe, then we can bring the whole lot up. You understand? That's up high. So drop that.
I wouldn't bring it down too far because.
No, but we can bring up the master once we get.
Oh, all right, yeah, okay, yeah.
It can't be that much further.
You serious? Oh, because it's probably coming over to the back of that at line level, is it?
2, 2, 1 check, 1, 2. That's at 1 now.
Right, look. It's coming out of.
It's coming out as a line, is it? Number 4.
Yeah, it's coming out at line level. Is that set for line?
2, 2, 2, 1 check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
I had someone ask me what we were using to stream it. He said he used to work for some company that designed video codecs.
Yeah.
So I told him, actually, we're using a thing called GStreamer. Yes. What the hell is that?
He didn't know.
I hadn't a clue.
Oh, well, he wasn't doing the design.
I know, he's in corporate business.
Yeah.
You know, he works for Black Magic or something.
2, 2.
Or he used to, you know.
Yeah. 1, 2. Not in the design thing, though.
Not in
Marketing
open source.
or business
Not
side
in
of
open
it.
source. You know.
Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2.
You know, Liam, even in the speakers, even in those speakers, those mics are lower, I would have said.
Oh, they are, yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2.
What about that one?
1, 2, 1, 2.
So you can bring him up a bit now.
1, 2, 2, 1 check, 1, 2, 2, 1 check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Slightly riding on it. 1, 2. 1, 2. That's 2, isn't it?
Did you say Edmund Hartley was the guy who had the music?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that gone.
Hopefully. Just be.
No, I did. I killed his music.
I saw that. No, I was listening
I'd
for
say
it.
that was
1,
Roger's
2.
music myself.
It probably was, but we just couldn't.
No, I know that. I know. Yeah.
There was Edmund.
Yeah. 1, 2. So. 1, 2. 1, 2. Whenever you
I'm
want.
not sure what time they're starting back, to be honest.
Yeah, one of the things with
2, 2, 2, 2, 1 check, 1, 2, 2, 1 check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
right, there's a limit now where we can go. So if you
2, 2, 1 check, 1, 2, 2, 1 check, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. You're on the trash there. 2 check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, yes, 2 check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2. This is 3, is it?
Yeah, that was a bit low, Liam.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I'll just bring up the game.
2, 2.
Just on the edge there. 1, 2. Still low, Chris, yeah? 1, 2.
Sorry, it takes a second or two.
Oh, you're doing it after.
Do it again there. Do it again.
1, 2, 1, 2.
It's a little bit low, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit low, yeah.
Do you have coffee outside?
Yeah, there's coffee. Well, it was. I saw Kay in there now starting to clear up, but.
Do you want a coffee, Lee?
If there's decaf.
Where's that battery for that microphone?
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Probably another bit.
Yeah, it's okay. It's still a little bit low.
That's better than your one again, so.
Was it another second-hand one?
It is, yeah, but it's pretty good.
Oh, we could have got one down the shop.
I know, I didn't think of it. 1, 2, 1, 2. Well, we'd be grand with that anyway. It's up at 8.9. 1, 2.
Alright.
1, 2, 1, 2. So that needs to go up a slight bit more again, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
1, 2, 1, 2. You see that's on 3, is it? 1, 2, 1, 2.
We should run our own speakers.
1.
We should run our own speakers over.
Well, we could have had control, but it's just we'd have had to run back as well for the sound system there. You see? No, it's just that is so much louder than the others. Do you know what I mean? Or it was.
2, 2, 2, check 1, 2.
1, 2. You better check it if they're going to hand it up. 1, 2.
Yeah, they're pretty close to the same right now anyway.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be far off.
How do they sound from back here, Chris? Because ideally we'd like them to have touched them. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
That's too close.
Well, I mean, I can turn it up, Liam, but it sounds like you're far away, if you know what I mean. It's
Yeah.
that kind of.
Is there a lot of background noise?
You can hear background noise, and it's actually. It sounds to me like it's on the verge of feedback. You know, like
It
that
is.
kind
It
of
is on
thing
the
at the
verge
end
of
of a
feedback.
word.
You know.
2, 2, 1, check 1, 2,
Yeah,
1,
that,
2,
you
check
hear
1,
there.
2. 1, 2, check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I'd say bring it down a tad.
I've brought it on a good bit actually. Now what is the grade? Is it?
2, 2, 1, check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Is that better now because I've just DQ'd it out?
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
I think
Go on there again.
1, 2, check 1, 2, 1, 2, check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, check 1, 2, 1,
Well,
2.
the ring at the end of your voice is gone, yeah.
1, 2, 1, check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
That's okay, yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, check 1, 2.
Okay, keep going.
2, check 1, 2, 1, check 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, check 1, 2, 1.
Back off there. Just DQing it a bit means I can bring it up a bit, yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Just go up a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, they're okay, actually.
Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
It depends on how close you go to the mic, you see, that's the problem.
That's the problem. So ideally, with special mics like that,
I was going to say, you know, you don't have a Zoom mic, do you?
the roads would probably be okay if they weren't on the booking system. Normally you have these like pencil mics that you can put on desks and just point it. And it's a very narrow. But if you bring it up too high, you're going to get feedback. And if you it's grand if they're going to pass it wrong, that's no problem. Then you can get a
You
level.
really-
But if they're at
The
different
bottom
levels.
line is you really need the fence here so you can sit and adjust it.
Yeah. If I do that, I have to bring all the
I know.
I have to bring them all out again. Because that has to do with
Yeah,
it.
oh, yeah.
What's happening?
Actually, do you know what you need in there? You need one of those Yamaha fancy mixers that you can control remotely.
Yeah, yeah, and control
And
there,
just have a
interface
laptop
there,
here,
yeah.
Your iPad.
Or an iPad, really.
Yeah. Well, we probably could have sent the mixes into one input there and we would have done it.
I've got,
We'd have had,
I'm getting audio from the camera, it's switched off now, but I am getting it.
oh yeah, where's it
Yeah, it's here, it's embedded all over the SDI connection.
Oh, it would be, yeah. Where's it going to go?
Oh, there's hang on.
It's not until 2:30 or something, is it?
No, there's two lightning streams upstairs, L202 and L204, until 3:30, so. I'm just leaving this running.
It's not point that done. We go up and clean up what's left outside. Come on.
Sorry, I thought you knew. I only found out myself about 20 minutes ago, so.
Yeah.
Thanks for telling us.
Sorry.
I
What's your message?
That's yours? Yeah, it's fine.
Say yes?
Yeah, yeah.
Stand here. Do you want to stay here?
Can you do a slideshow?
Do I can stand here with that? Is it easier for sound?
No, all the microphones are live. Is there a scenario where there's a camera there?
After me.
That's why you're there.
Yeah. So I can be like disconnected. No, it's me. Oh. They're there now. Do you want to give it an hour? Okay, folks, I think we're going to kick off this session given the fact that it's a Friday evening. Okay, maybe not. We're waiting. Okay. Okay. We're just going to wait to get it all set up. The privilege and the power of being high tech has its price and top quality. I'm thinking of singing or dancing or multi. Okay. Guys, welcome to the last session of the day. I think it's been a wonderful day, to be honest. There's a lot of sharing and thought process going on, and a lot of ideas for further developing businesses or starting businesses, as the case might be. And I guess I'm giving a session here called From a Caterpillar to a Butterfly. My name is Breda Dwyer. I manage the Centre for Entrepreneurship and Enterprise Development here at the IT Tralee, and I guess I wear a lot of hats. I'm a professional, I'm a lecturer. Maybe I've left that career behind me because I want to drive on this centre. And the other half of my life is a family business running in the area of retail and engineering and property development. And I guess if you look at those three sectors, we've gone through a hell of a recession and we've survived. So quite often, this whole concept has come to me because I work a lot with business startups. A lot of the opportunity, the funding comes through the whole area of EI funding, and EI is about scalability and it's about global development, and that's wonderful. But yet I know as a family business, we're employing quite a lot of people, and there are a lot of people who are having livelihoods on the strength of the businesses that we've created. And we're not scaled. We're not European focused. We're regional focused. We have a presence in the Munster region. And I'm just one of many. And I thought, well, you know what? We can make a difference. And I take that concept into my educational hat, whereby quite often you're given the hat or the persona. If you can do it, and if you can't do it, then teach. So those of us in the academic environment can't do it, really. Yeah? Or that is the perception. And what I know is from the colleagues that I work with, and having designed the Young Entrepreneur Programme in association with Jerry Kennedy and Chan Development and Mary I, and equally with the Young Entrepreneur Programme, and having designed those from the bottom up, I've worked with an awful lot of educators across primary school, secondary school and third level, and to me, they're exceptionally entrepreneurial. They work with huge passion, with no budget, quite often with no thanks, and they keep going. And they keep going because they're actually working with the people that have got high innovation, high creativity, and who see nothing but solutions. And that to me is when I look at people like the people here from Listowel Writers Week, I think that's a fantastic social innovation initiative. And yet I was at an event yesterday whereby somebody said, you know, if you want to set up a business and you want to make money, then go into the commercial world. And if you're not interested in that, then do social stuff. Okay? And you sit there and you listen to that and you say, yeah, okay, there's something in that. And then I look at me with my Centre for Entrepreneurship and Enterprise Development, and I have a very strong vision for that centre. And to me, that centre is going to be a global centre of excellence. And I'm matching up with, you know, Coventry, I'm matching up with Harvard, I'm matching up with some of the top universities in Sweden and their centres, because that's who I want to be aligned with. So does that mean that I'm not entrepreneurial? Does that mean that I'm not making a difference? Does that mean that I'm not changing things? And the reality is it doesn't. And equally for those people, such as Sean talking today about Just Social, and the other people that are going to be on our panel later on, these people are making an awful lot of difference. But the metric isn't necessarily being judged by the profit line. And I had a discussion today, and I have to go in next Monday and talk to the Vice President here of Research and Development and Enterprise Engagement and give her, Breed McGilligan, my strategy for going forward. And I actually can't say, well, you know what, Breed, I'm hoping to make a return of, and I will have a profit in the centre of, because that's not going to happen for me. So my benchmark is going to be very much on the whole concept of the beneficial outcomes. Now, what's a beneficial outcome? Right? How do you measure a beneficial outcome? I don't know, but all I know is I have students sitting in front of me, and if they want to do research that's linked into the area of innovation and entrepreneurship, they can come to the centre. If they want to get access to profile of jobs, they can come to the centre. If I want to do executive education programmes in large companies, that's the centre. So I'm looking at the knock-on effect, and that's what people like Centres of Entrepreneurship, people like WASup, whatever you want to look at it, those social initiatives are doing because they're transforming it. And that's why from a concept, for me, from the caterpillar to the butterfly, for me, entrepreneurship and innovation is fundamentally about creating change. And if that change is for a child who's autistic, or if that change is for somebody who's starving and cannot have their food, or if that change is for somebody who suffers from depression and needs resources and help, or if that change is about whatever it is in the social space, the knock-on effect and the ripple effect of that is phenomenal. And how do you actually capture that in monetary terms? And is monetization, is that what it's all about? I'm not being naive. I know to run that Centre of Entrepreneurship this year alone, I need a lot of money. So of course I've got to be creative, and of course I've got to go out and find. I'm not sitting here with this romantic heart on, saying it's all fuzzy-duzzy. No, it's not. It's a reality. So it's just as much in the social space as not. But the reality is And I'm not going to get into, I want to throw it to you because with the academic hat, I couldn't let you away without giving you some definition, right? So the definitions are fundamentally about it's systematic, it's social missions and all the rest of it. But it's exceptionally complex, right? You heard Sean give his story about, looking for a grant and realising if it's that difficult to get that source, then what's it like for charities? It is complex. You're asked to go over paperwork after paperwork and justify every spend that you do, right? You're talking to people in the commercial space and they said, if I had to wait for that, I'd give up. But people in the social space don't give up. And they have to have a much larger commitment and a much greater passion and a much greater belief. So in that area, if you're looking at the civil society, it makes it to move to a pace required by social transformation and who's driving that agenda. So if you want to look at the evolution of entrepreneurship, we started off with this concept of CSR, where large organisations are giving back to the community. And that's certainly still happening. And we have to capitalise on that. But we've actually moved along the continuum to say, you know what, it's okay to say I'm a social entrepreneur. And we're going to listen to Eamon talking later on about social entrepreneurship and social innovation. And we're going to hear those stories and we're going to hear about Social Ireland. You see, because if that wasn't there, we weren't creating the environment for people who are on the New Frontier programmes or any other programmes to get that resource and get that help. Because when an entrepreneur of the likes of Ian Lucy or the others that have been with us here today give up their time, they're giving that time socially back to people who want to set up a monetisation business. And they're not charging the rate that they would do per hour. That's social innovation to me. So on that basis, what we have to realise is that we're looking at the whole role of the government in shaping markets. And we're certainly hearing it out there, right? We was at the event yesterday and the Minister came along and Minister Bruton very clearly said, guys, those of you in the micro space, those of you in the SME space, Ireland needs you, we're behind you, go for it, well done. Yeah? Anybody here who's in a micro SME organisation knows you've got a lot of things to keep you going to be well done and a tap on the back. So we do need the government support, and that point was made earlier today. We do need public and private input to keep the whole aspect going. But it brings me back to my point. So is there a difference? Is the person who stood up there today who can show you that they've had a number of businesses put behind them, where they can clearly show you the exit strategy, where they can clearly show you the actual money they turned over, are they more entrepreneurial than the likes of Lisa Marie, or Iseult, or Sean Brady, or any of the likes? Are they more entrepreneurial or less entrepreneurial? And if we're talking here today about a mindset, it's about a mindset of actually realising we're not different, we just have different skill sets and orientation that we can actually, if we work together, we can create a lot more. If we see ourselves in silos, that's exactly where we are. So my motto is, if you ever think you're too small to make a difference, then try sleeping with a mosquito. It's not a nice experience, okay? And you certainly don't sleep. So you can look in the mirror, right, and you can see yourself as, yeah, I'm just a kitten and I can't make a difference. I actually have the ability to go out there and make change. And in that process of change, if you look at what's effectively an egg, which becomes a caterpillar, which becomes a pupa, and back to biology lesson, I feel like I'm back in school, but nonetheless, there's a process of change happening. And I'm not going to stand here and do this for you today, but I could take any startup in this room right now and take you through that and give you the analogy that links you into the process of change you've gone through in your business. Because somewhere the egg has to be created. It has to start. It has to be conceived, and from there it evolves. And we all know from the biology, class that conception requires two people. And the reality is, no matter what business you're involved in, it's going to require a team. And that's fundamentally stronger in a social avenue than ever. So when you are evolving into that butterfly, my ask to you is fundamentally, so what? Who cares and why you? They're the critical bit questions you've got to ask yourself, whether you're an app startup, whether you're the next manufacturing technology to hit the world by storm, or whether you're an academic institution, or whether you're a social organisation. And there's a lady out there by Louise Kennedy who has, not Louise Kennedy, I've gone wrong, Sarah Kennedy, I think, Susan Kennedy actually, who's come up with this book, and it's called So What? Who Cares and Why You? Keep asking yourself those questions. I know I certainly have postgrads that are working in the centre and they hate me for the word so what, because everything I ask them, so what? Who cares about that finding you've just found, right? And that's what you've got to challenge yourself all the time. And for those of us who are in this space, why are we? Why has Lisa Marie not given up? And she's going to tell you her story in a while. Because their opportunity is always there to pack it in. So what you need to do fundamentally is isolate the pain. And isolate the pain for the person who's going to value from the offer you're making. If we're talking in a commercial sense, we're talking about the customer. Not the end user, not the benefactor, we're talking about the customer. In a social sense, it's much harder to identify who is that customer. Because quite often what we're finding in that is there's some agency or some organisation in between us, such as the HSE, or such as the education institution, or such as the organisation, or such as the association. So we're having to focus, we're looking at the in factor, the child or the whoever needs the support structure. But it's the people in between we should be educating. They're the people who need to have an innovative entrepreneurial mindset. And that's where I think there's a very strong H2020 call. Because again, having had the experience of working with the business startup programs and different people, I'm fundamentally of the opinion that it's the person who's actually the trainer, the person in between who needs to have the mindset. Because they're the ones who motivate you to go on. So isolate the pain. Who's going to benefit from you? We heard Aoife talking today about the fact that she's, with the app she's producing, that she's going to save the government millions and whatever the case might be from HIP operations. So are they paying her for her app? No, they're not. But they are nonetheless an argument for her in her funding call because they justify the case for the business case in a certain extent. The person who's going to pay, who buy her app, whether it's a physiotherapist or a GP or it's a sports organisation or the Finnish soccer club, they're the people who are feeling the pain because they're people who feel the pain are going to give you the money because they'll judge the value by it. So from that perspective, you've got to look at your options. From that you select and then you act. So fundamentally, there are loads of butterflies out there, yeah? And we heard it brought up again today in the earlier session, but why would you bother doing it? Because there's somebody else out doing it out there. And again, as it was said to you, Aoife said that's actually an endorsement because if somebody else is doing it, then it's worth doing it. So there are loads of butterflies out there. We're just very different. So find your difference. And I'm not going to get into this, but there's a difference between the whole competitive and the differential advantage, and we've got to know what that is. So fundamentally, what I'm about is change. Change comes through experience, knowing your role models, your mentors, transformation, and the mindset, right? If I were to ask any of you to do it right now, which I would do in a different context, I'd ask you to take out a mind map, and I'd ask you to actually list the people that have been fundamentally influential in your career path, whatever that might have been to date. And I have no doubt you'll identify people who've been role models. It could have been your grandmother, your grandfather, your best friend, somebody at the bus stop, whoever. Your mentor could have been your best friend. It could have been the teacher at school, whoever. But there are different people that fundamentally influence what we do. And it's that right brain development is what we need if we want to create change. So you can talk to me about entrepreneurship, you can talk to me about innovation. I work with it all the time, and I get resistance all the time. I get resistance from people doing computing. I hate the word entrepreneurship, Rita. I don't want to be in that zone. We have business students sitting here in front of me, right? And they will equally tell you we don't want to be involved in entrepreneurship. We don't like it because it's a dirty word, right? But the reality is, and they're looking at me now saying that's not true. But by being involved in this today, and thanks very much to the guys with WASup for inviting the students to be part of that, their mindset has been opened up to something different. Because really, guys, it's about relationships. And in that whole area, and I can get into this whole area of who do you trust? Who here today spoke to somebody ultimately about their business development or where they want to go? And why were you willing to share something with someone you barely knew? And why did you trust them? What was it about that? And how have you got to realise who you can trust to speak to about your business and who you can't? And again, these are the people that we need to bring it into our circle. Because fundamentally it's about empathy. Right? And I work with people that are involved in business ideas, and I've been doing it for a long time. So someone can come into me with a cure for something to do with a cancer bone one day, and somebody else can come in with something that's got to do with a gluten-free recipe. Total different zones, total different perspectives, right? So what I've got to be willing to say is put my hand up and say, you know what? I don't have all the answers. And when I'm willing to say I don't know, the person who's coming to me with a fear of feeling that they should know everything but they don't is already feeling comfortable. Because I'm allowing them to feel the ability to ask the right questions, and if I can't answer them, I'll find out who can. That's what you've got to look for. You've got to look for identity, and you've got to look for empathy. You've stayed here today. I'm surprised that this many of you here, by the way, at this hour of the evening. But there's something that's connecting you in to that mindset and wanting to share the words with others later on. So as I move towards the end of this, just to kind of say, I'm fundamentally of the belief, guys, we have a right brain, we have a left brain. We have a dominance in one or the other. But I do know if you integrate both, you'll have a lot more. So on that basis, for those of us who are, I know myself I'm very logical, I'm very mathematical, so I'm very strong on my left brain. But for something within me, I'm very good at coming up with and generating different ideas. I'm very much of a can-do, let's go for attitude. And I engage that right brain. And when I do that, I have I stand back and I say, wow. Because when I watch students go through a business startup program, and I watch students stand up and they actually, and this, by the way, is from primary school right way up, postdoc level, and they believe that they could commercialise their research and they'd never considered that option before, then there's something has happened there. They've integrated a part of their brain they hadn't been activating before. Because prior to that, their brain was about that scientific bone development they were working on. That was a very nice lab experiment, but they didn't see the commercial value out of it. So therefore, there are drivers of change. Certainly, the higher powers in this country are telling us the way forward is about the 5 C's. My background was originally marketing, by the way, and we love acronyms in marketing. So with the 5 C's, you've got collaboration, you've got cooperation, you've got consolidation, centralisation, and clusters. Fundamentally, there's one message coming out there, and it says, get together if you want to have the solutions. And in doing that, from a social entrepreneurship perspective, it means, yes, there are challenges. Yes, we have to be creative. Yes, we have to look at our core competencies. You heard Edmund talk today about his strength is in the area of technology. His interest, his passion is in engineering. He drives it on from that perspective, and somebody else comes along and supports it with some of the other business acumen. You've got to be client-centric. You've got to look at rolling this out and knowing how you're going to do that. And we heard, Pudding talk to us today, and Gillian talked to us very well about the whole branding and rolling it out. The control metrics, but fundamentally, guys, what we need is continuity. We need to create succession lines, succession planning, so that what we're starting now doesn't stop. And I am from Kerry, and I'm not going to deny this. It's very proud to be from Kerry, because we actually have a very strong history in the whole area of entrepreneurship and innovation. We've had to have that because we have lived in an area surrounded by water, with crap land, no infrastructure, and bad broadband, right? We've had no choice but to get off and do something. Right? And okay, Richard Cantillon, he coined the word way back in the whole area of entrepreneurship. We've had the highest level of EY successes across categories. We've got the best global R&D company comes from Kerry. We've a lot to be very proud of. But equally, if you go back to the point of role models, if you go back to the point of networks, if you go back to the willingness of people to give their time, we're fools not to avail of it. Absolute fools on our doorstep. So it's a matter of just knocking on the door. And again, my experience has been working with these people. They're just too willing to share their time. Absolute goodwill factor is there to be capitalised on. So as I finish up, what I would say to you is it's fundamentally the caterpillars in the palm of your hand. And what I would say to you is that change is possible. With that note, I'm going to leave that up there because, just when you did think you were a caterpillar, look what can happen. Caterpillars crawl, butterflies fly everywhere. We'll invite up the panellists and we'll go through their stories and share their experiences and open it up to questions. So I'd like to welcome Eamon, Lisa Marie, Jean and Isolde. Thank
Do we stand up or sit back and play band?
I think sit down and close the microphones
Like
will
I've
be
been
of
practicing
help.
this for years,
Yeah.
so yeah, this makes sense.
We're going to do the ballad now.
Yeah.
I've never really done this before. I feel like I'm on a television. Okay, so we're very welcome to the guys. I must say as well, there's a lovely gender mix all day today, isn't there? There's a less of a male dominance, and we've got a good spread with the female male. So we just want to kick off, I suppose, just on the note that I was finishing there in the whole area of social and it being about transformation. If we just start, I guess, with Eamon from the social entrepreneurs, if you want to give an opinion on that. And as I'm doing that, and you've got questions, please come forward with them.
Sure. I mean, sorry, Eamon Fitzgerald. I'm an impact associate with Social Entrepreneurs Ireland. SEI is what I will refer to us as because it's a little bit easier to roll off the tongue. Just to give you a bit of background, I suppose, to our organisation. I'm a bit of a fraud sitting up here today in the sense that I'm sitting alongside some fantastic entrepreneurs. SEI, I guess our role in this space is to fund some of these startups in the social entrepreneurship space, and really to help kind of, build a pipeline and provide some of that really early stage support that is, I guess, lacking at the moment in Ireland for organisations in this sector. My role within the organisation, some of it is to work directly with the entrepreneurs, and the other half of it is sector development. So I'm really, kind of intrigued and fascinated to hear, people's views on social entrepreneurship and social enterprise, and in a lot of ways how it differs or does not to the commercial space, because we've kind of moved into a space now in Ireland I think rightly so, where we're actually having a bit more of a conversation around startups and entrepreneurship and really the need to kind of, you know, promote that side of enterprise in the country. One of the things that stuck with me that I'd just like to, you know, kind of mention kicking off is this concept of whether or not social entrepreneurship and traditional or commercial entrepreneurship is any different. And the short answer for us in SEI at least is absolutely not. There is one small difference, but it's not, you know, the individuals involved. It's the motivation behind what they do. And, you know, social entrepreneurs for us are people who use innovative methods to, you know, deliver their product or service. And by innovative, we mean new or better. It's that simple. But what motivates them is the social or environmental impact of that product or service rather than the potential financial gain. And, you know, you can find tons of definitions about it. If you Google it, you know, some people will go into more detail than that. But for us, it really boils down to that simple philosophy. And so there's lots of different ways in which you can deliver that. But from our perspective, at least, when we talk about social entrepreneurship, it's really about, you know, individuals who have that talent, have that skill set, have that belief. But as you said yourself, you know, measure success in a different way. So, yeah, I don't want to take up too much. But.
So maybe Lisa Marie can come on and give her story as to how the whole idea evolved and the passion.
Okay, I'm an accidental entrepreneur. I never intended to be a startup. I'm a mother of 2 autistic teenagers, and my daughter Grace, for whom my app is named, was non-speaking until the age of 8. And she was using a picture exchange communication system. Now, if you want to know the whole backstory, look up my TED talk. I was at TEDx Dublin last year. So my inspiration is my daughter Grace. I was sick of using that picture system. I was in a space where I actually saw an ad for the iPhone on the side of a bus, and in my mind those 2 systems seemed to work together. So my reason and my motivation was that I wanted something that wasn't already done, I guess. I wanted to make something because someone else hadn't made it, and I wanted it because it would make my life easier and my daughter's life easier, and that really is fundamentally what it was about. Prior to that, I had just been a full-time special needs parent for 10 years, probably slightly more. But my network was one of other special needs parents volunteering with autism organisations. So when I had this problem of, first of all, I needed to get hold of an iPhone in 2008, and I wasn't prepared to sleep on the street overnight and, you know, queue up for one. I didn't have any money. I'm a full-time carer. Was to find someone who would give me one, and I met the CEO of O2 Telefonica at an event, so I asked her to get me an iPhone. And that's pretty much my business plan. When I need something, these guys sponsored me 2 years ago. I shouldn't say this in front of you.
You're too good at asking, that's the problem.
I make things up as I go along, and I ask for what I don't have. So from there, I was able to put a, what do they call it, a just reasonable product, minimum viable product. See, I didn't go to tech school, so I don't know all the jargon. But I did it myself, and then I thought, this has to be better. I need someone to make it for me. I didn't know what coding was. I didn't know what apps were. But I found someone who had something to do with iPhones. I read about them online. So I Facebook stalked them and talked them into making the app for me. I needed an artist. I asked a friend about what to do. He introduced me to an artist, and O2 paid for the artist. And serendipitously, if that's a word, because I had been volunteering in the autism space and O2 Telefonica were a major sponsor, and because every time I met someone I shoved my iPhone in their face and said, look what I've been doing, I want to make this happen, I was picked as one of the diversity projects of that year for O2 Telefonica. So when my product was made and put into the iTunes store, I had the best PR company in Ireland, Q4, do my launch. Now this is someone with no education, I only went to 2nd level, no business experience, but I'm on the 6 o'clock news pre-launch. I'm in the Irish Times double-page feature pre-launch, and I guess the thing that I've always used in all of that is I have a story. It's a really good story that people like to hear. unfortunately, it's true. I didn't just make it up. I don't go home and lie on a couch and eat chocolate. I actually go home and look after 2 autistic teenagers. But if I can't do something, and I could sit here and spend an hour telling you all the things I can't do, I'm not afraid to find someone who can, and I'm not afraid to ask them, because really, when you're in this space, there's so much goodwill, and there's so many people who would just love to be a part of something, whether they're, the CEO of a major telephone corporation, or whether they're just a friend who knows a friend who can do some drawings for you. They're just waiting to help, and they just need to know how. So there is this theory, people say, oh, you should follow the angels and bring angels into your life. And I'm like, bugger angels, they take too long. I followed the genie, and you ask a genie for what you want. And you know what? All they can do is say no, or I'm too busy. Or the second thing you say is, do you know someone else? And that's a really easy way for other people to help you. So my philosophy has always been ask.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Isel, the co-founder of a not-for-profit social enterprise, Food Cloud. So we connect businesses that have too much food with charities that have too little through a smartphone app and a website. And I suppose similarly never thought I'd be an entrepreneur or a social entrepreneur. I still feel kind of funny saying it. But Food Cloud started when I was in college. I met another girl who was studying who was particularly interested in the environmental space, and we both realised that we were both very, very passionate about food and hated the fact that so much food was going to waste. So we began doing a lot of research and found that in Ireland we're like the 5th worst country in the EU for wasting food, which is crazy because we're such an agricultural country that it just didn't really make any sense. And we looked internationally and saw that there was networks of food banks addressing this problem. There were a lot of different kind of grassroots organisations coming up with innovative solutions to solve this problem. And in Ireland there was very little happening, even though at the same time as wasting a lot of food, we'd 1 in 10 people suffering from food poverty. So with students with very, very little resources, we spent, I'd say, about a year just meeting up with as many people as possible, trying to get advice, meeting up with charities and businesses, trying to understand why this isn't happening in Ireland at all, kind of understanding the problems charities had in accepting donated food, why businesses weren't donating, and really similarly reached out to a lot of people who gave us a lot of advice and support. And eventually, after finding a few businesses that were willing to donate and seeing them do it, we really wanted to scale this. So we had 1 or 2 businesses in Dublin, 1 or 2 charities, and they were meeting up regularly, and the business was donating food to the charity. But we recognised, and I suppose as young students, we wanted to use technology to scale this, and we really wanted to see it happen across Ireland. So we actually found somebody on Twitter and started stalking them that was using an app in America to do something really similar, and they're a startup as well. So very luckily they gave us an MVP, minimal viable product as well, to start working with, and we were really able to start going out then and approaching business and saying, would you use this? And it was the same thing again, it was just ask. So like there was a period of about a month where I was just ringing every major retailer in Ireland saying, would you please sign up to this? And like majority of them hung up the phone. But eventually one answered, and it was Tesco, and they said, okay, come in. And instead of saying, would you use this? They said, well, where do I have to get to for you to use this? And amazingly, they said, well, look, we'll try it in one store and see what happens. I don't think I said anything for about 5 minutes. I was just looking at them going, oh my God, we actually have to do this now. So from there we launched with 1 Tesco store and a few small cafes and bakeries, and we're able to kind of evolve it, the project from there. Tesco were very good in letting us kind of learn and make mistakes and reiterate the whole model and how it works. But really, I suppose, starting with no resources and with just a great idea, well, what we were convinced was a great idea at the time. We never even thought it would go beyond a college project, But once I graduated and kind of had the opportunity to go on a full time, we started looking for support. And actually SEI were one of the first people to come in. We got the Innovation Fund. It was my first ever pitch to an audience and our first bit of funding to kind of go. And that was like, okay, somebody said this is a good idea. Let's go to the next person. And then we got into an accelerator program. And it was kind of funny being in an accelerator program as a not-for-profit because everybody else was a for-profit business, so we were a little bit different to everyone. But it was still great to be in the space to be able to kind of look at what they were doing and say, like, you know, we are the same. It's just that our cause is social and environmentally driven, and it's not fully profit-driven. But we wanted to be seen as the same and not as a charity, especially with all the negative publicity charities have been getting recently. It was kind of important to us to be seen as different and innovative. So really, similarly, we were so lucky that we got so much support. That first break with Tesco, had we not spent a month having the phone hung up, like there was one retailer who literally hung up on me 6 times in a row. And like I remember sitting there going, okay, all I really want to do is sit here and cry right now, but I think I might just call one more time. And I managed to Google the name of somebody that used to work in the company because I had no name of like a top person to ask for. And I said, oh, can I speak to so-and-so? And they're like, he actually left the company 6 months ago. And I was like, oh, that is so embarrassing. Would you mind please telling me who's in his position now? And somehow I managed to get through to them. And it didn't actually work with that retailer, but we managed to get into their head office and pitch it to them and find out from them why it didn't work. And like, it really is just that kind of being a bit bold, I suppose, when you're approaching people initially, and keep going and keep asking. You will find somebody who will eventually open the door. You might have a lot of doors closed in your face at the beginning, but eventually once one opens, you'll see a kind of snowball effect. If it's a good idea and if people want to see it work, they will come and they'll support you, and there's a lot of support out there. So that was our kind of story.
Speaking of supports, Jean is in the Startup Ireland, so you might want to give some feeling on the whole social side.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just like in my own case, much like Isolt, I was through the Launchpad Accelerator program, and we had a product that helped people schedule daily deals. You know, according to different resources, we were going to help fix that industry. During that time, we got a lot of help and a lot of support from people that we never thought would help us. You know, had no reason to. They're busy people. And during that process, one of the things I learned as we kind of went through our journey, got very difficult. You know, business still works now, but one of the things, it couldn't grow beyond what we were doing. And I was kind of sitting there one day and thought, man, I must be a wash-up, you know, like I've done all this stuff, what do I do next? And I realized that over the past, like the 2 years that we've gone through all this, we've actually learned a huge amount. We tried to sell to large corporates globally. We tried to fix an industry that was booming away since, I think the daily deal industry after Google was the first to get to $1 billion with Groupon as a valuation within a year. There's lots that we learned through that whole process. A number of us around the community would give a lot of advice to people or would get called up out of the blue. And on the 28th of June, I think about a year ago, just a little over a year ago, a number of us were at an event called Launch 48, where you launch a business in 48 hours. And we're all sitting around and we said, surely there's a way to structure this. There's so many questions. We keep seeing people make the same mistakes again and again. It's not because they don't know any better. You know, Steve Jobs wasn't born within 3 months developing iPads. People have to learn through this process. We said, surely there's a way that there's so many great people doing fantastic things across the country. How can we facilitate this? How can we work with government, large corporates, up-and-coming startups, scaling startups, and very simply give them an ability to scale faster here, show to the world the great things that are going on. We've got companies like DataHub from the Endeavour program, we've got TrustEv from Cork in the financial space, the fintech space, Intercom, probably one of the most fun stories at the moment, taking a floor of the old Anglo building. It's kind of like the seed after the fire growing up through there. We're in a fascinating time, I think, at the moment in that respect, in that great communities building all across the country, brilliant things happening. And I think a lot of people seem to, and I've even noticed it in the rhetoric of some people today, they still take a step back from where we really are. You know, we could say that I think people still feel that we're about to cross the threshold of our golden age. in Ireland in technology, I think we're already there. I think we're 25-30% of the way in. I think our biggest problem now is that we need to galvanise that position, work together to build that faster. I think, unfortunately, the scary thing is we have everything to lose at the moment. So I think, with panels of people like this, events like this right across the country, I think that's what's going to help us move and scale faster and be, by 2020, and Startup Ireland, we have a Vision 2020 programme, to be the global leader for startups to scale right across the world. This will be the jump off point for them.
Okay, thank you. Anybody, any questions?
I have a question. It kind of popped in my head specifically when the woman from Food Cloud was talking. But how do you get paid, and how do you figure out what to ask for to get paid when you're starting it off as a student and all of a sudden this is a viable business? I mean, you make a living. How do you figure that out?
So that took ages, like really long. I still don't really know if we've quite got there, but trial and error, definitely. Do you mean getting paid personally, or how does Food Cloud make?
You personally.
Alright, so.
And other staff.
Yeah, so when I first got out of college, we went through 2 accelerators, so they were quite set in the amount of money that you got. And then I just took a low average graduate salary and kind of based it on what most people that were graduating with me were getting, but that we could also manage financially ourselves. We were lucky we got some grant funding initially. And then after we'd done a trial with Tesco for a few months, we were able to kind of go back to them with data to show that we were kind of giving them significant cost savings. So on that, we ended up getting a deal with Tesco. They're actually paying a service fee per store for us to roll this out. So we had to build a team on that. And for our team, we actually were taking less than everybody on our team for the beginning of it, because we specifically wanted people with key skills that we knew could roll this out. So we took on 4 additional staff, and it was kind of funny because for the first 3 months, at least, they were all getting significantly more than the 2 heads and the 2 co-founders of it. But it was something that we realised, to get the level of talent that we wanted, and the people that came in are actually took pay cuts from their previous jobs, but they were passionate about what we were doing. But there's a limit, we're a social enterprise, so we also believe in fair salaries. We don't want people working for nothing, and there isn't a big exit at the end. So we do things like, if we get the opportunity to for our team to go to events that they might be interested in, we'll always kind of give them that. So like, instead of bonuses, there's kind of cool things that people can do. If somebody has an idea that they think is good for the organisation, we're willing to listen, and love when people come to us from our team and say, okay, let's give that a go. So like, we do pay a fair salary, especially considering the level of skills that we have in our team, but we compensate the fact that it's definitely less than what they would be getting if they were in the for-profit sector, or if they were in a big company, or if they were even in the company that they left before they joined us, by hopefully giving them kind of more opportunities to work in what they really, really love doing. And also to go, if there's an event that they're particularly interested in the social space, they can go to that, and kind of rewards in different ways besides money. But everyone who's joined the team is really passionate about the cause, so everyone kind of has that at the core of it as well.
There is a perception that Ireland is very much, from a point of view of a business startup, that it's very much grant driven. Do you have any beliefs or views on that, good or bad?
I agree. It is supposed to be grant driven. Is there anyone from Enterprise Island here?
No. We are live.
I was very lucky in that I was part of Social Entrepreneurs Ireland as part of my second year. So they were able to support me in terms of building my capacity and the research that I wanted to do. But at that time, they didn't have a program to just pay you a wage. So you're either doing something else to support your family, and when I developed WASup, I was working as a mum, I was working as the social media communicator for an autism organisation, and at the same time trying to develop the app. And what you need is to just have the time to work on what you're working on. You need a salary. And my husband supported me. when I did finish my other work. I feel that within the enterprise space, we don't give enough attention to creating very lean canvas applications. You know, there are organisations that are set up to fill in applications, and then there are other people set up to read applications, and I think you could just get rid of both by creating a lean canvas for applying for support. You have to make up stuff to get grants. Oh, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. No, we're just going to support you for a year so you can focus on what you're doing. And at the end of the year, can you give us a report and we'll decide if we support you for another year? Because if you're working in the area of social profits, in other words, you're doing good and you're spreading goodwill and you're helping people, you know, communicate with other people. That's what I'm about. Banks don't really like that when you say, hey, here are my social profits. Can I live in my house for another month? Can I pay my heating bill with social profits? I'm really good. Can I have some food from the supermarket? Well, I could probably get it from you. So, so that is really hard. And also in the tech space and in the app space, it's like a boat full at the moment. And nobody wants to get out. And the boat's tipping and tipping, and nobody's making any money. And either they're supported by universities or they're supported by sponsorship, or they're supported by very flawed monetization, such as advertising, using people's data and selling it on. So that really needs to level out, and that was very difficult, I have to say that. And if we were going to achieve anything from these startups, is to change how we fund, not just startup entrepreneurs, but keeping going entrepreneurs, and not have to fudge in order to get help. You know, I was asked in one of my interviews for an accelerator, not yours. So these are the apps that you want to make. Are you going to employ people to make them? And I said, well, no, there's a perfectly good app company. They're actually a previous graduate of this program. They'll make it for me. And I'm sorry, but the Enterprise Ireland person was like, not creating any jobs. I thought, no, hang on, I'm maintaining jobs. For one of your graduates, they can't make the jobs announcement out of that. And that's not what it should be about. It should be about supporting people to achieve what they're doing, keep doing what they're doing and doing it really well. And certainly in the social enterprise space, the benefits are measurable by other means. You have to be self-sustaining, you have to be smart, you have to be lean. Mixing the commercial with the do-gooders is really good, because if we are more impactful and we're better at communicating our impact, then we're tidying up that messy, wasteful charity space, but we do need that little bit of extra help. And it shouldn't be about filling in 30 pages of, excuse me, bullshit that no one is going to enjoy reading, let alone use to change how they do things. It should be about this, a much leaner approach. Because if they create my success, then I help, well, so far I've helped 30,000 people around the world communicate in up to 7 languages. I then don't have to be Mrs. Poor Carer Mum who's going to live on social welfare the rest of my life. I can be supported in other ways to do what I do, and I think that that's what we need to do.
Thank you. What would your view be in that?
Yeah, so I can't follow that now. No one's going to follow what I say. No, I think so. One, I think this is a very, very interesting question. Social space, whether you talk about traditional charity, social enterprise, or a socially mission-driven for-profit, whatever sort of catch-all you want to use, people have to get paid for their work. Now, Isel kind of touched on it. You know, don't expect to come to the non-profit or social space to make a fortune. That's not going to happen. That's not the purpose of it. It's to make a difference. But while people can do good in their own spare time by volunteering, it's very difficult to scale and grow an organization in your spare time and part-time. Takes a lot of work. And whether it's a startup in the social space or the for-profit space, the sort of structures you need to put in place in those early days are identical, and they take a lot of time and they take a lot of money. And so a couple of things. One is in SEI, at least certainly on our elevator program now, but on our impact program, which would be higher level, we have something called unrestricted funding. Those funds are released to our entrepreneurs to do what they like with, assuming it's legal. But the idea behind it is that if needs be, they can devote at least some, if not all, of that money to salaries. And so that's great. So while they're in our programs, that makes that issue a little bit easier to deal with. But one of the other things that I would say to startups in the very, very early stage and in the social space is that you can have a fantastic story, and you can be rushing out to funders, and particularly if you're a traditional, more sort of charity model, and it is all fundraising, you're not necessarily able to generate revenues from what you do. You'll find lots of people who'll be willing to support you. I mean, I always say to people, it's easy for me to say, raising money is easy. Raising the right sort of money is very, very difficult. And in those early stages, you need to devote time to actually understand what streams of revenue are going to allow you to fund the core components of your business. And that includes salary, ICT issues, other staff, because building up funders, and whether they're the general public or corporates that are just, providing you money for service provision, it's not good for you, it's not good for the organization, and in the long run, it's not going to be good for your service users. So in those very, very early days, it's actually spending some time to think about how am I going to bring in funding that's going to allow me to pay for my time, to pay for the basic things that need to happen. And one of the things I would say is, if you can generate your own revenue from what you do, which is the idea behind social enterprises in particular, that's great. And you can, in essence, do what you want with that money in terms of paying your own salary and things like that. And don't be afraid to justify the fact that you pay yourself a salary. But the other thing is, if you go down the CSR route in terms of finding corporates to partner with, it's actually, I would say, very early on to put on the table that part of any partnership you draw up is core funding for that particular side of the business. And I would, maybe we've been lucky in SEI, but I would say that that's actually a very easy conversation to have with corporates, because they tend to understand the fact that you have to, services and products don't magically produce themselves. They need to be, there's a lot of research and development behind them, staff, man hours, and all that kind of stuff. And so I would just, don't be afraid to actually say, yes, we're seeking this much funding to help us deliver these services, but also as part of this package to deliver those services, we have to pay for, half a staff member or whatever it is, and actually put that as part of the package deal early on. And don't be afraid to have those conversations. It's much trickier when you're fundraising amongst the general public. People want their money to go to specific causes, and as far as I'm concerned, while I don't necessarily think that's the best way to view charity, the public can demand what they want with their money. It's, you can't tell them what to.
And maybe if we just take that a bit further, and talk maybe as well with Jean on the aspect of, again, okay, the grants are there, they're very cumbersome, they're available, but there's also the opportunity of getting other funding, right? So we'll say, particularly in the commercial space, you're looking at, do you go for the angel investor who gives the money in a smaller amount, doesn't necessarily want to take a large part of the business, the VC, however, takes a large part of the business. So in the social space, what's the difference of getting that kind of private investment? And is it kind of seen to be a smaller token, or do you go for the full philanthropic larger funding?
I mean, I had the opportunity through college to spend 4 years as an intern in a charity called the American Ireland Fund, and it was fascinating to see, how that worked for them in that space, tapping into the Irish diaspora abroad, tapping into Irish Americans in those regions, and fundraising there. I think, recently in the current budget, we've been asked to make budget submissions for startups. So, although in the first instance of this, I'm talking in the traditional tech startup space. But, some of the things that, in my own opinion, I've always seen is that the startup ecosystem is like one of those, wonderful, Swiss watches with all the, lovely moving parts in the background of different sizes and shapes. Each one of those cogs has to work in unison for the whole, time to tell its particular time. But what we can see if we look at places like London or New York or San Francisco is that of all the different cogs, of the small little startups running around, like those cogs, the bigger ones such as government and enterprise, and then layers of investments such as VCs and business angels. One of the things I think works abroad but doesn't work here as well as it could is that layer of not philanthropy in that respect, but business angel investment. It's still, like, capital gains tax here is still extremely prohibitive. And if you're part of what's called an employee share option program, where we're all working together, I come on as a second or third hire in marketing, and I'm incentivized to work in a startup at a lower rate on a greater thing, but I get some equity in the business. I have a very high tax rate if that company sells. Mark from Storyful and a lot of his team in that have spoke about what happens there. The money that they would have invested back into community and invested back in, and that's not even to tech startups. That could be in a philanthropic nature. So I think, obviously, you'll be able to give a far deeper integration into, from SEO's
I would
perspective
never
into
promise that lead into me, but yeah.
But I'd always love to hand over to you like that. But I think in that respect, from our position is that, pushing and pushing and pushing on the government side to be able to give better access to, not only to funding and to grants. I mean, that has to be made simpler. There's definitely, I think if we're all pretty straightforward about things, the last 7 years has been a war zone economically. It's an absolute credit to both of you during one of the most difficult periods of business to be able to build a startup, a not-for-profit startup in that respect. So I mean, hats off in that respect. But I think moving forward, there's an interesting article, I think, in The Independent about how do we live after the recession? How do we come back to being Irish? How do we come back to living a normal life? And I think the next year, 2 years, I think that's going to start turning. And I think, again, with people on this panel and people in the audience, so how they can push those agendas, I think we can get to, a better future for the next generation of startups like yourselves.
I just want to make a suggestion, because this was said to me about 12 months ago by someone who said that, he actually said you could tie me to a chair for 12 hours and I wouldn't come up with one single good idea, and here you are firing off all your other ideas, but I'd love to be part of them. Now, just taking what you said about the capital gains tax, I proposed a system of patronage, in the Renaissance times, you would have a patron who would support you so you could go and be a good artist and paint the Sistine Chapel or whatever. Whereas a group of patrons would get together. So say I need 50k a year to make it worthwhile for my husband to work part-time and for me to be able to focus on the business as well as being a mum. So I could get together 10 people who were capable of putting up 5,000. They could get a tax break on that 5,000 because they're working in a for-benefit space, but they would also be micro-investing in that they'd get to come and talk to me once a month. I'd have to report back, and they would have that halo effect of being an angel investor without having to have a lot of money. So they could then say to their friends, oh, you want to see this little startup I'm supporting at the moment, she's got all these great ideas, she really wants to go somewhere. And then when it came to the point where I was ready to scale, another jargon word, those people would have first pick of scaling. So they'd say, okay, we'll take you to the next level, we'll give you another 25 or we'll give you 50, or I know someone who would really be interested in this. So not only do you have that, I can stop pole dancing for grants and settle down and work on my business, but also I've got a network of people who are committed, who love me, who want to see me succeed, who will use all their networks. And I think that could be very easily done.
And we might just come back to that notion of networks, but I wonder if there's anybody else who wants to ask a question in the audience.
Just make a comment actually, in terms of that, we've worked with, I suppose, social enterprises and community businesses for the last 10 years here in Tralee and in Dublin, and we've been saying for a long, long time that the government need to look at some sort of like a social investment fund, a bit like what you're talking about there, where individuals can actually give money to an actual fund, but businesses can actually support the fund and get tax relief on it. So the government came up with a scheme there for startup businesses called the seed capital scheme, where you get, if you invest money in your own business, you get back your pay what you paid for the last 6 years. Now, there should be long that for people to invest in social enterprises, where you invest, say, 20 grand in a social enterprise, and actually claim that back through your own tax they paid for the previous 6 years. So it's not costing the government anything in terms of cash, it's kind of a balanced out. But also from the point of view of companies, that it should be easier for companies to invest in social enterprises. We're involved in a charter organisation at the moment where our job is to get sponsors on board, and they give like a financial contribution, which is fantastic, but we find out afterwards they spend 4 times that doing the marketing and PR and branding and the event management around it. We're like, well, can you not just give us all the money you spent on the actual event in cash value, and we do all the PR and marketing for you, because they're capable of that. So I think something maybe the government look at in terms of the existing, because the models and the systems are there, is what is maybe just kind of tweaking slightly to suit the social entrepreneur, social enterprise sector, which has kind of been ignored for a long time. There's lots of people working in social enterprise in Ireland. There's no union, for example, representing social entrepreneurs. There's no one representing volunteers. There's no one representing people working in the sector. And that's interesting to look at as well. But the final thing is just kind of cut the bureaucracy when it comes to granting, because it's easy to get a grant, but it's damn hard to draw it down and to actually kind of verify what you're spending on.
You're speaking to the converted here, Tom. Absolutely. Who else has got a question? The lady there, oh, sorry, gentleman here, yeah.
This is probably mainly focused at Jean. And for those of you who haven't met me, I have that strange accent. I consider myself a Kerryman, but I'm a blow-in from that state. So having been a moderately successful entrepreneur in the States, you know, I figured, oh, no sweat, I can do this over here. And what I want to do is let you know that you really do have in Ireland a very rich support environment for startups. But it's also very complex. And one thing I found was very difficult, figuring out, trying to navigate it. So are you doing anything, you know, with your organization to help people understand those? I mean, I'm an IEA client. I've been through Enterprise Ireland. I've talked to a lot of other people, but man, it seems like every time I peel back the onion, you know, I find something else and gets more and more complicated. And you know, for the other people here who are just starting, you know, I think that's a place they could really use some help. I mean, all this stuff we've heard today about business plans and branding is great, but you know, understanding that ecosystem you have here in Ireland at least was a challenge to me, and maybe that's because I'm not a native.
I don't think you're any different to the rest of us, but and we'll come back to that in a minute. But just on that note, actually, the event I was at yesterday, and if anybody wants it, and you can email info@seed.ie. Yesterday was an event, and again, there's always a nugget that you pick up with these things. But one guy had this ebook on how to get 100 grand out of the Irish government, and his tips and how to follow through. So if anybody would like a copy of that ebook, just email info@seed.ie.
We're a startup ourselves. You know, we're just over a year old in that respect. I think everyone that's on the founding team, people such as Sean Blanchfield, Carla Hearn runs the Wire Incubator, Gotcha Ninjas, CTO, Fanula Healy, you know, all the people that are on that, and Eamon Leonard, the entrepreneur in residence at Web Summit, and our leader-in-chief, Owen Costello. They've all been entrepreneurs. Our entrepreneurs are putting their time across this. And what I suppose in my capacity, you know, I have probably the luckiest part of it. I get to work in community, so I get to operate events, listen to people, bring them together, and try and move people along quicker, as you've said before. A year in, you know, what we've been able to achieve so far is, you know, put budget submissions into government. We've been able to have a Oireachtas hearing on, you know, the future of startups and what has to be done before 2020, and you have to remember that's 5 years. That flies by really quickly if nothing's done. Last Friday we had our Vision 2020 program at Google, and that brought together the top corporates, top government agencies, top thought leaders, pushed them in a room for a morning, and you know, looked at a program of events and actions that by 2020 will make Ireland the #1 destination for people to begin their startup. If the IFSC is getting 40% of global transactions through it, and does have the right leadership coming through there that can interact with our community, I think, you know, they're the steps we're going to take. So will it be as easy as it was, will it be easier than it was yesterday, tomorrow? I don't think so. Will it be in 6 months to a year? That's what our focus is.
And can I just jump in on the point that was mentioned previously? Because part of what we do in SEI, we do some sector development work. It's not our primary focus, but we're also a member of the Social Enterprise and Entrepreneurship Task Force, which is kind of made up of a few different representative bodies in the sector. So a couple of things. One is, it sounds similar to what you've mentioned. The government has committed to a social innovation fund. They'll put up 5 million. It'll be matched externally. If you can find out where that is, let me know, because it seems to be floating in the abyss somewhere for the last couple of years. But the other thing as well is that, just to be slightly self-critical of the sector for a second, and I include us in this very much so, I think part of the barrier to government support for this sector, and when I say sector I mean social enterprise and social entrepreneurship, has been a lack of knowledge about what this is. And the word social has just scared people massively. And I think a lot of the blame falls at the sector and organisations like ourselves for not making a bigger effort on educating people, whether they be political or policy leaders, on exactly what all of this means. And so I think belatedly some of that has started now. The Social Enterprise and Entrepreneurship Task Force is one group that are trying to do some work there. And as part of that, there's some really, really basic stuff that we're looking for and asking for that doesn't necessarily require any major legislative changes. But all of the build up to that takes actual, explanation about what a social enterprise is and what a social entrepreneur is, because there really is there's a difficulty in understanding that they're not commercial enterprises, i.e. the notion that are they employing 10 people, do they have a turnover of this much, you can't measure success in that way to decide on support. And then similarly, they're not charities, and so they don't just need more grants, they actually need a lot of practical supports through local enterprise offices or to access funds through the ESF in Brussels. So that's sort of, I would say, an ongoing process. And I would just say that, because I think sometimes there's a temptation for the sector to say, oh, well, the government should be doing more. I think part of the reason they're not, they should, but part of the reason they're not is we haven't made a big enough effort to really explain the value in providing more for the sector, and hopefully we'll be better at that over the next few years at least.
And I think as well, listening to the conversation, and we're almost coming to a conclusion here, but looking at the area of, again, the difference between the social and the commercial world. And, I listen to you guys speaking, and you're hearing the classics, the MPV or the MVP and the pivots and the whole worlds, and you're talking about that pitching and all the terminology is the same across the sectors. And I'm even reminded here of one of our new frontiers, Paul Kelleher is here in the audience, and Paul has a business startup and it's in the area of car safari, and it's eventually going to be an app. How different is that whole process to what you've gone through in the development and acquiring and driving that idea forward? So I think that the differences are very, very slight. But I guess before we actually take the last word from each of you, in terms of if you were to do it again, how would you do it differently? And I think they call that in Harvard language, they call that actually a warm-up. So you can start thinking about your answer before we hit on. But I think from the audience here, if you look at it, I suppose the notion has come up as well about networking. And I don't know how many of you here actually are walking away with either a mobile number or a business card. I mean, there are fantastic people that have been in circulation today, and you still have people like Christina's still here in the room, and there's a whole area going on. When Christine was on earlier this morning, and the others are still with us circulating as well. And whether or not we've actually had that courage, which is a very difficult thing to do, which is to go up and ask. You're in the room and there's somebody over there, I'd like to go over, but maybe if I ask them that question, maybe I won't sound right or I won't ask it correctly. The opportunity of eyeballing somebody is very much better than somebody on the voice of a phone where you've had to make the 6th phone call, where you feel so deflated, and how will you get your voice back up there to make the next phone call to get that actual yes answer? When you've got the opportunity to network eyeball to eyeball, it's an opportunity never to be missed. So if there is somebody in the room that you actually haven't connected with yet, make sure that happens before you go. And before we actually do wrap up the session, I'd just like to ask the panellists if they were to give either a piece of advice for somebody who is looking at an area of whether it's what you do differently if you were to do it again, or what are you still looking for? Where's your next stumbling block? What's your next challenge that you need to overcome? And maybe I could start with Isolde.
So I wouldn't change anything about how we did it. The reason being is we made an awful lot of mistakes, but every single time we made a mistake, we actually learned so much from it, and touch wood, none of them were so catastrophic that we're not here anymore, so it's okay. But really, every time that something went wrong, if you pick yourself up and if you kind of fix it, you actually get a little bit more strength as well, so that the next time something goes wrong, you're like, okay, well, something went wrong before and it didn't totally fall apart, so I can probably pick up again and start again and it'll be fine. And when I was in college and we were trying to do this as kind of a side project, I think I was 2 months or a month away from my final exams, and it completely got into my head that we had to launch this before I graduated, or when I graduated there'd be nothing and I'd just have to go and get a job and I'd never be able to do it. So I was completely trying to get this launched, and I think we launched it ridiculously close to my exams, and it just flopped. It completely failed. I think one donation went up from one business and some charity went to pick it up out of pity because I knew the guy and that was it, and nothing happened. And it was actually the best thing that could have happened, because if it hadn't happened, we wouldn't have kind of taken a step back and looked at it and said, okay, why did that fail? And we actually stopped then for 2 months and went back around and did a lot more research, but we were asking different questions, and we wouldn't have learned what questions to ask had we not made that initial mistake. And for all the mistakes that we made thereafter, I have that one to look back on and say, okay, well, that was a mistake, but it was okay, and then put us on the right path, and it put us on the path that we're on now. And the same goes for most of the things that we did wrong along the way. And I don't, like, you know, I studied 4 years of business. It didn't prevent me from doing any of the mistakes, so I can't really say that I would have gone back and studied again to try and learn more to prevent myself doing the same mistakes. I figure however much time I spent in college or studying whatever about business, that I still probably would have made all the same mistakes. So really, like, just try and fail and try again. Don't worry about it. It'll be grand. Keep going for it. If you really love what you're doing, and if people see that you do and think that it's a good idea, people will start rowing in to support you. And it's admirable when you see people that have had to kind of work through problems and failures and stuff to try and pick themselves up and move on from it. And I think it's something that we should be more kind of celebrate more in Ireland when people do really try again.
Thank you very much. And Jean?
Mistakes, yeah, I've made lots. And I'm here for another few hours, so I won't waste anyone's time right now chewing out those sides of it. Happy to answer any questions on that. I think the big thing is to build on what you said, is celebrate, your ideas. Not to be scared to ask questions, because all you'll end up doing is winding yourself up and wasting your own time. Because someone will always be smarter, will always have more money, and will always be able to beat you to the punch. I think the biggest thing that I think I've heard today, again and again today, is networking, is that social side of it. The community side. That's why I do what I do. I love being around people with great ideas. I love learning from that. I didn't get on a train this morning at 7 a.m. and wake up being growled at by a Jack Russell. Somehow was on the dart. I don't know, or on the train rather. Because I had nothing better to do. I'm really excited about some of the things I've learned already and the things I want to learn and listen to from people here today. So I think the big thing is, it's tough. There's no doubt about it. Networking, chatting with people, going to these meetups, asking, giving help, expecting help back. It's tough, but nothing goes easy, right? So without sounding too cheesy, I think, get out there, run your ideas. If they fail, go again. Learn from what happens and just keep building and building and building.
Thank you. Yes.
I'll tell a story because I don't like remembering past F-ups. My dad used to say, whatever I was doing, he'd say, oh, that's good practice. And he meant it in a really patronising way. But whenever I do fuck up, I think, oh, well, that was good practice. I know how that went, and I'll move on to the next thing. In terms of networking, I'll tell you a story about how I got started. I was out... my husband and I go for a walk to have respite, and someone comes in and stays with the kids, and we talk to each other. And we were out for a hike, and I was wearing hiking boots and jeans and a jacket. And we came back into the Greystones, and beautiful Indian restaurant there has an early bird special. And we're poor, we like early bird specials. So we went in and had dinner at 6:30. And then as we were finishing, coming out, the CEO of O2 Telefonica, Danuta Gray, was in the waiting area. I knew who she was, and I said to my husband, I should go and talk to her. I should go and tell her what I've been doing with the phone. And he was going, yeah. And then I looked down and I thought, oh my God, I'm wearing hiking clothes. How can I approach the CEO of one of the biggest phone companies in Ireland? And I thought, if I don't do it, I'll regret it. So I will do it, and it doesn't matter how I'm dressed. And I was at a women's networking breakfast a year later, and she was the presenter, and she tells the story as, this woman came up to me holding her phone, and I thought, oh no, another person who hates their phone bill, and she's going to complain to me. And then she showed me this thing that she'd made, and it was an app. And I was so impressed that I put the word down through my CSR and my development and my PR and marketing to do whatever we could in the background to make this happen. So I say to you that if there's ever a moment where you're on that sort of precipice and you think, will I or won't I, remember my story and remember that we actually regret the things that we don't do more than the things we do and fuck up. So.
Thank you.
Why do I have to keep following
you? You have to keep following. But you're all excellent, so keep going.
Well, that's debatable.
No, it's not.
So, yeah, look, I think a lot of it's been said. I'll say two things. One is, as an organisation that funds entrepreneurs, just go out and do it. It's very easy to say, not so easy to do, but that's kind of the point. If being an entrepreneur was easy, I would have been one, but I'm not. And most people would be entrepreneurs, but they're not. So, you know, yes, if you keep sitting around and waiting for all the money you need to make it happen, if you keep sitting around and researching things to the nth degree to make sure that everything's 100% rock solid, you'll never do it. So that's the first thing. At some point, you have to let go, take a bit of risk, and kind of take that leap. The second thing I'll say is, given that it's sort of the role SEI play, is value critical friends. And they're important. Not necessarily value criticism, because criticism isn't always valid. And not to always value friends, because often friends will pat you on the back when really what you deserve is a kick up the arse. But it's valuing critical friends. And what I mean by that is value people who may not be giving you money or supporting you in any very obvious way, but are really pushing you and testing you to ensure that your ideas, your products, your services are the best that they can be. Those people will ensure that your organizations, whether they be social or not, are successful. Doing good is not enough. Having good intentions is not enough. You have to have the right structures and all that boring stuff in place to grow and scale the work that you do. And those critical friends around you will play a massive role in helping you along that journey.
Thank you very much. And as we wrap up, there was no need to ask these guys. The question was asked at the panel earlier on, you know, are you driven by money? They're not driven by money, and you can clearly see these guys are not driven by money. So money never stopped anybody in moving forward, making the change, and going from the caterpillar to the butterfly. Thank you very much, folks, and thank you very much, panel.
Last time I sit beside you. It was awful. This is like, who follows you at TED Talks? Like, that would have been...
I was last John.
Oh, were you? They know what they're doing then.
I was on after Robin Yates.
All right. I'll be the first then.
What's happening now? Okay, folks, before you start moving off, I'm just going to do a quick wrap up. For anyone I didn't meet, I'm Karen. You probably saw my name on email and newsletters and stuff. I'm just going to pick up on one thing, the just ask. That's why this happened, because I just asked Shane, and then we just asked Breda and Siobhan and Anne, and then we just asked our speakers, and we just asked our sponsors. So it does work, and it will work for lots of things. I have all the thank yous to do. And one thing I want to let you know is that if you're still around, dinner is on us at 7 o'clock at the Fells Point Hotel for anyone who'd like to join us. Shane is hosting a Q&A with Tracy, Kyo, Jean Murphy and Ian Lucy while we're having dinner, and hopefully we'll all get to chat a bit more and network and pick up those business cards and phone numbers and follow up on conversations that we had today. Now, the thank yous that I have. The first big thank you is to IT Tralee for hosting us today and letting us have the use of all these fantastic facilities. That's down to the guys who moved the chairs and maintenance and all the catering staff, Stella and Kay. And in particular, I want to thank the AV guys, Chris, Liam, Jim, and I'm missing a name. There was another, Liam, and there was somebody else patching cables as well. Brendan. They did a stellar job today. We got compliments all over our social media on the quality of the streaming and the video and the audio, so thank you very much. It really did make a difference. To Breda, thank you so much for everything, for putting us in contact with the right people around here and for supporting what Shane and I wanted to do here as well and making it happen. And to our two other lovely ladies, Siobhan McSweeney and Anne Looney, who aren't here today, for helping with everything from having a Wi-Fi access today to giving us all the email addresses and phone numbers and contacting photographers and PR releases and things like that. Those are all the people from IT Tralee we want to thank. Next up is our local sponsors, Fells Point Hotel, the Kerry Local Enterprise Office, the Tralee Chamber Alliance, who, like that, as soon as we explained what we wanted to do, were enthusiastic and have helped out in lots of ways, from emailing all their client enterprises to monetary sponsorship to accommodating whatever requests we had. All our wonderful speakers, I cannot thank you enough. I really cannot thank you enough for just the inspiration, for the content, for everything, for, you know, I think nearly everyone we asked said yes. A couple of people had to come back and say no afterwards because they had other arrangements, but everyone said yes first, and it was just, thank you very much. From you, no knowledge of me or Shane in a lot of cases, we sent you an email or we gave you a phone call and you said yes, and it was great. And we really appreciate you taking the time to come here and talk to us, and hopefully it's only the start of something. I think that's it. Have I said thank you to everyone? Have I?
Can I just get up to the students of the art?
Of course, I'd be lost without you lads. You were brilliant. For all their social media today, for being on the desk, minding bags, telling people where they should go and what they should be, keeping an eye on the time and my iPad. Thank you very much. So the logistics now, we have a bus that'll be here at 6 o'clock for anyone who needs a transfer to the hotel. If anyone would like to stay the night, come and give us a shout. There's probably a few rooms still available. Like I said, dinner is on us at 7 for anyone who'd like to come and hang out some more and chat. Tomorrow, we had a hike organised, but it looks like the weather is going to go against us. There's a red weather alert, like on Chris Burns' slide that he had up earlier. I think the storm of February 12th looks like it's coming in for a rerun this weekend. So we're going to say a no on the hike tomorrow morning, unfortunately. So you all get a lie-in in the morning instead of getting on a bus to Derrymore and hiking your way in from Blennerville. So thank you very much. I hope you got something out of today, and I hope to see you all here again at another stage.
Thanks.